Hello everyone, and welcome back to Mr. Dar's Nights. I know many of you use these videos to relax or fall asleep. So before you drift off, leave a comment and let me know where you're listening from. And if you're enjoying these stories, don't forget to like and subscribe. Now, let's get comfortable and begin. Let's start with the first story. The Ghostly Hitchhiker of Route 66. It was a kind of rain that blurred the world into watercolor smudges, a constant silver sheet tumbling from the night sky onto the endless stretch of Route 66. Danny pulled his hoodie tighter around his face, peering through the windshield as the wipers screeched back and forth. Struggling to keep up, his car's heater hummed faintly, filling the cabin with lukewarm air and the smell of damp fabric. He should have stopped hours ago, but stubbornness and a gnawing sense of restlessness kept his foot pressed lightly on the gas. The road was empty, a black ribbon slick with rain, and illuminated only by his feeble headlights. Somewhere between Needles and Flagstaff, Danny had lost track of time. It was just him in the endless whispered rain, like ghostly fingers tapping at the glass. And then he saw her, a figure up ahead, barely more than a smear against the darkness. He blinked, rubbed his eyes, but she remained, a slim silhouette standing by the roadside, soaked to the bone, one arm raised weakly in a hitchhiker's thumb. Danny's heart jumped. He wasn't the type to pick up strangers, especially not on a night like this. But something about her, something fragile, almost desperate, made his stomach knot in guilt. He slowed down without really meaning to, pulling over onto the shoulder. The woman didn't move as he stopped. She just stood there, shivering, arms wrapped around herself. Danny leaned over and popped the passenger door open. "Need a ride?" he called out, raising his voice over the rain. She nodded slowly, stepping closer. As she slid into the passenger seat, Danny caught a glimpse of her pale face, framed by long black hair plastered to her cheeks. She wore a simple white dress, the fabric clinging to her skin, and she was barefoot, her feet muddy and scraped. Danny frowned. "You okay?" She nodded again, but didn't say anything. She just looked straight ahead, her hands clasped tightly in her lap, trembling. "Where you headed?" he asked, easing the car back onto the highway. She hesitated. When she spoke, her voice was soft, almost inaudible over the rain. "Just down the road home." Danny forced a smile. "Well, you're in luck. I'm heading that way." They drove in silence for a while, the tires hissing over the wet asphalt. Danny tried not to stare, but something about her bothered him. Maybe it was the way she barely seemed to breathe, or how the air inside the car had turned cold. So cold his breath fogged up the window. "You got a name?" he asked eventually, trying to break the tension. She turned her head slightly, not looking at him, but enough that he could see the sharp angle of her cheekbone, the hollow of her eye socket shadowed in the dim light. "Mary," she whispered. "Nice to meet you, Mary." "I'm Danny." No reply, just a steady drum of rain and the occasional sigh of the wind. After a few miles, Danny noticed a side road up ahead. A faded, battered sign pointed left. Willow Creek, 3 miles. He'd never heard of it before, but then again, he didn't know this part of the country well. "You from Willow Creek?" he asked. Mary didn't answer. Danny's skin prickled. He glanced at her again, and for a split second, he could have sworn she was smiling, but not a warm, grateful smile. Something colder, sharper, like the curve of a knife. He shook himself. He was just tired. The rain, the night, the endless driving. It was messing with his head. "All right," he muttered. "Let's get you home." He turned onto the side road, the tires bumping over potholes and loose gravel. The headlights barely cut through the mist swirling up from the wet ground. Trees loomed on either side, gnarled and black against the stormy sky. The road narrowed to a dirt path, winding deeper into the woods. Danny gripped the wheel tighter, his knuckles white. "You sure this is the right way?" he asked. Mary finally moved, pointing a slender finger forward into the darkness. They drove for what felt like forever. The forest grew thicker, the road rougher. Danny's got twisted. He wanted to turn around, to get back to the safety of the main highway. But when he glanced at Mary again, her expression was unreadable, her eyes glassy and far away. "Almost there," she whispered. The car suddenly jolted, the front tires slamming into a deep rut. Danny cursed under his breath, slowing to a crawl. Up ahead, he saw a clearing. A dilapidated house sagged in the middle, its windows boarded up, its paint peeling in long, weathered strips. "This your place?" he asked skeptically. Mary just nodded. Danny pulled up as close as he dared. The house looked abandoned, the yard choked with weeds and broken furniture. A rotting swing hung from a tree, swaying slightly in the rain. Mary reached for the door handle. "Hey, wait," Danny said, instinctively reaching out to stop her. "Are you sure?" But his hand passed right through her. Danny froze, heart slamming against his ribs. Mary slid out of the car without a sound, her feet barely touching the ground. And then she was gone, just gone. Danny sat there, frozen, staring into the rain. The passenger seat was dry. No puddles, no wet footprints, nothing. A low moan drifted from the house, a sound of grief, of endless sorrow. Danny slammed the car into reverse, backing away so fast he nearly fishtailed. He didn't stop until he was back on Route 66, the rain still hammering down, the wipers squealing furiously. For a long time, he just drove, trying to shake the cold that had settled deep into his bones. Later, at a gas station miles down the road, he told the attendant what had happened. The old man just nodded grimly. "That was Mary Brennan," he said. "Died in a wreck on that road. Oh, 40 years back. Used to hitch rides home from town. Never made it. Folks say she's still trying." Danny didn't say anything. He just got back in his car and drove, the ghost of Mary Brennan riding silent beside him in his mind, forever lost on the lonely, rain-swept road. The rain had slowed to a lazy drizzle by the time Danny stumbled into a grimy roadside motel, his clothes still damp, his nerves frayed to the edge. The fluorescent sign buzzed overhead, a few letters flickering in and out. Hotel vacant _Y. He didn't care. He just needed somewhere to sit down, somewhere to convince himself that what he had seen, what he thought he'd seen, wasn't real. The lobby smelled of stale cigarettes and mildew. A sleepy clerk barely looked up as Danny slapped a few bills onto the counter. Within minutes, he was staggering into a room that looked like it hadn't been cleaned properly since the 70s. He dropped his backpack onto the sagging bed, peeled off his wet hoodie, and sat down hard. The mirror across from him was cracked in the corner. In its reflection, he thought, just for a split second, he saw a pale figure standing behind him. He spun around, heart hammering. Nothing, just the whir of the ancient air conditioner and the soft patter of rain against the window. "You're tired," he muttered to himself. "That's all. You're tired, and you've been driving too long." But even as he said it, Danny couldn't shake the memory of Mary's face, that blank, hollow look, the way her body seemed to glide, not walk, the way her touch had passed right through him like mist. He lay back on the bed, staring up at the stained ceiling tiles, listening to the rain. Sleep came in fits and starts, dragging him under only to yank him back awake. And every time he closed his eyes, he dreamed of her, dreamed of driving that lonely road again, the rain blinding him, the woods pressing close, and Mary standing there by the roadside, her white dress clinging to her, her eyes empty and accusing. At some point, the clock radio crackled to life by itself, tuning into static. Danny jolted upright, heart pounding. The red numbers blinked 3:33 a.m. The motel room felt wrong, colder somehow, the shadows deeper, the air thicker. He reached out to turn off the radio, but froze. There, In the mirror again. Behind him. Mary. Closer this time. He could see her face more clearly. The dark circles under her eyes. The water dripping from her hair. The thin, bloodless smile stretched across her lips. He spun around again. The room was empty. He stumbled backward, knocking over a chair. His breath came in ragged gasps, his fingers trembling. "I need to get out of here," he whispered. Without bothering to gather his things, Danny snatched up his car keys and bolted out into the parking lot. The drizzle had turned to mist, swirling in ghostly tendrils around the broken lights. He didn't see her, but he felt her, watching, waiting. He jumped into his car, the door slamming shut with a hollow echo. The engine coughed once, twice, before roaring to life, tires squealing on wet pavement. Danny sped out of the motel lot and back onto the highway. He didn't know where he was going, anywhere but here. Miles slid by in a blur. The mist clung to the ground like a living thing, coiling around the tires, reaching for windows. Every so often, Danny glanced in the rearview mirror, half expecting to see her sitting in the back seat. At first, there was nothing, but then the mist thickened. Shapes began to form in it, vague, shifting silhouettes. A woman in a white dress, a hand pressing against the inside of the window. Danny's hands clenched the wheel so tightly his knuckles went bloodless. He shook his head, trying to dispel the hallucination. "No, you're tired. You're losing it." But the shapes didn't vanish. They multiplied. Dozens of figures now, all pale and blurred, reaching out from the fog, their mouths moving soundlessly. Danny slammed the gas pedal down, the engine whining in protest. The speedometer climbed, 60, 70, 80. The road ahead twisted sharply, a hairpin turn marked by a battered warning sign. He almost didn't see it in time. Swearing, he yanked the wheel, tires screeching as the car fishtailed. For a moment, he thought he was going to lose control, but somehow, miraculously, he managed to keep on the road. The figures in the mist twisted and faded, swallowed by the darkness. Danny didn't slow down. He didn't dare. It wasn't until he saw the neon lights of a late-night diner glowing faintly through the mist that he finally eased off the gas, his hands trembling. The parking lot was nearly empty, just a few battered pickups and an old motorcycle. Danny pulled in, killed the engine, and sat there for a moment, breathing hard. Inside, the diner was warm, the smell of coffee and fried food wrapping around him like a blanket. A tired waitress glanced up from behind the counter, giving him a nod. "Sit wherever you want, hon." Danny slid into a booth near the window, his damp clothes sticking to the vinyl seat. He ordered a coffee, black, and sat staring out at the mist swirling beyond the glass. After a few minutes, an old man slid into the booth across from him. Danny blinked in surprise. The man was wiry and hunched, his face lined like crumpled paper. His eyes, though, were sharp, piercing blue, too alive for the rest of him. "You seen her, didn't you?" the old man said, voice low. Danny opened his mouth, then closed it again. "You don't have to say," the man continued. "I can see it all over you." Danny swallowed hard. "You mean Mary?" The man nodded slowly. "Mary Brennan. Poor girl." Danny wrapped his hands around his coffee cup, grateful for the warmth. Who was she? What happened to her? The old man sighed, leaning back in the booth. It was a night like this. Rain pouring down, road slick as oil. Mary was coming home from a dance in town. Folks say she got in the car with the wrong fella. Drunk, they say. Lost control on that side road, out near Willow Creek. Wrapped the car around a tree. He paused, eyes distant. She died out there, alone, cold. Nobody found her for days. Danny shivered. Ever since then, the man continued, drivers on nights like this, they see her, standing by the roadside, trying to get home. But Danny hesitated. I gave her a ride. She was in my car. The old man nodded. She can get inside. Sometimes, if you're kind, if you stop for her. But she ain't looking to hurt nobody. Danny's mouth felt dry. Then why? Why the mirrors? The figures? The fog? The old man's face grew grave. She's not alone. Danny stared at him. That stretch of road. The man said slowly, it's cursed. Always has been. Mary wasn't the first to die there, and she wasn't the last. There's others. Trapped. Lost. And when Mary finds a way back, sometimes they try to follow. Danny's stomach turned over. You were lucky, the man said. You kept driving. You didn't stop. Danny thought of the mist, the hands against the window, the shifting shapes. He thought of the motel mirror, of the cracked reflection of the way the clock had blinked 3:33 a.m. like a silent warning. He realized he was still trembling. The waitress refilled his coffee, her smile tight, her eyes wary. As Danny sipped it, he noticed something strange. On the window beside his booth, where the mist pressed against the glass, a handprint had formed. Small, delicate, pressed flat against the glass. From the inside, Danny shot to his feet, knocking over his cup. The waitress yelped. The old man just nodded sadly. You can't outrun her, the man said quietly. You helped her once. She'll always remember. Outside, in the swirling mist, a pale figure waited by the car. Danny didn't know if it was Mary or something worse. He just knew he wasn't alone anymore, and he never would be again. Danny didn't remember paying for the coffee. He didn't remember running to the diner's door or fumbling with his keys. He remembered only the cold slap of night air, the mist wrapping around him, the sense of being watched from everywhere at once. The figure stood by his car, half shrouded in fog. A woman, pale dress clinging to her body like wet gauze, hair hanging limp around her face. Not Mary. Not exactly. Danny knew it deep in his bones. This thing standing there wasn't asking for help. It was waiting. His instinct screamed at him to run, to find another way. But some deep-rooted part of him, stubborn, foolish, told him to get into the car, to act normal, to pretend none of this was happening. He slid into the driver's seat, slammed the door shut, and locked it immediately. For a heartbeat, everything was still. Then, thump, a hand slapped against the window. Danny flinched back, heart hammering in his chest. The face pressed against the glass was pale, distorted by the mist and condensation. Wide, dead eyes stared into his, mouth moving in frantic, silent pleas. He jammed the key into the ignition and turned it. The engine coughed, sputtered, refused to start. Come on, Danny hissed, slamming his palm against the steering wheel. Another thump, another. The car rocked slightly as more hands appeared from the mist, smearing long, wet streaks across the glass. Shapes formed, figures in soaked clothes, faces frozen in terror or rage. Danny turned the key again. The engine caught with a violent shudder. Without looking, without thinking, he slammed the car into reverse and peeled out of the lot, tires screaming against the wet asphalt. The mist swallowed the diner within seconds. Danny's heart pounded a frantic rhythm as he tore down the empty road. Windshield wipers fighting a losing battle against the rain and fog. He didn't know where he was heading. He didn't care. All he knew was that he needed to get as far away from Route 66 as possible. Road signs loomed out of mist, twisted, rusted things that looked decades old. Every so often, Danny thought he saw figures standing at the roadside, just standing, watching, but he didn't slow down. Not for anything. After what felt like hours, he spotted a turnoff ahead, an old, cracked sign reading Interstate 40, east barely visible through the fog. Relief surged through him. If he could just get onto the interstate, if he could just get back to civilization, motels, gas stations, people, he could put all of this behind him. He took the exit too fast, tires screeching. The car fishtailed but somehow managed to stay on the road. For a few blissful minutes, he drove through the mist in silence, his hands aching from how tightly he gripped the wheel. The highway stretched out ahead, empty and endless. No figures, no thumping hands, no whispers. Danny allowed himself a shaky breath of relief. Maybe he had escaped. Maybe it was over. The dashboard clock blinked 4:04 a.m. Another cursed time, maybe, but he didn't care. He just wanted to put as much distance as possible between him and that haunted road. But as he drove, he noticed something strange. The highway signs looked wrong. Old-fashioned, faded. A billboard he passed advertised a soda brand that hadn't existed since the 1960s. Another announced the grand opening of a drive-in theater, dated July 1962. Danny's mouth went dry. This wasn't Interstate 40. This wasn't the world he knew. He glanced in the rearview mirror and froze. Sitting in the back seat, barely visible in the dim light, was a figure, a woman, Mary. Her hair hung down over her face, her hands folded primly in her lap. Her white dress shimmered faintly, soaked through as if she had just stepped out of a storm. Danny's blood turned to ice. He didn't dare move, didn't dare speak. For a long, agonizing minute, the only sound were the tires on wet pavement and the ragged rasp of Danny's breathing. Then, slowly, Mary lifted her head. Her eyes locked onto his in the mirror, and she smiled. It was not a cruel smile, not a malicious one. It was sad, heartbreaking, as if she were just as trapped as he was. Danny's hands trembled on the steering wheel. His mind raced. What could he do? Stop the car? Confront her? Try to talk? Before he could decide, Mary spoke. Her voice was soft, broken. I never made a home. Danny swallowed hard. I'm sorry, he whispered. Tears welled in Mary's eyes. She blinked, and they rolled down her pale cheeks. Can you take me home? She asked. Danny hesitated. Every instinct screamed that this was a terrible idea, that he should say no, should slam on the brakes and run. But something in Mary's voice, the raw, aching loneliness, it cracked through his fear. Where's home? He asked. Mary's lips trembled. Willow Creek, she said. Danny didn't know where that was, but the road seemed to guide him. Without thinking, without choosing, he found himself turning down a smaller side road, barely more than a path through the woods. The trees closing around him, gnarled and ancient. The mist thickened. The car's headlights barely pierced the gloom. For miles, he drove in silence, Mary sitting silently in the back seat, her reflection flickering in the mirror. Finally, they came to a bridge, a crumbling, narrow thing spanning a black, sluggish river. Beyond it, Danny could just make out a small cluster of lights, a town, or what was left of one. Willow Creek. He crossed the bridge slowly, the wooden planks groaning under the weight of the car. Halfway across, he glanced in the mirror again. Mary was gone. Panic surged through him. He twisted in his seat, searching the back seat. Empty. Nothing but damp upholstery and a lingering scent of rain. A shadow flickered at the edge of his vision. Danny snapped his head forward and slammed on the brakes. Standing in the middle of the bridge, illuminated by the weak headlights, was Mary. She looked different now. Solid, real, alive. Her dress was clean and dry. Her hair shone under the misty moonlight, and her face, no longer twisted in sorrow or fear, was peaceful. She stepped forward, reaching out a hand. Danny sat frozen, unable to move, unable to breathe. Mary smiled, a real smile this time, full of gratitude and release. Then she faded, slowly, like mist burning away in the morning sun. Gone. Danny sat there for a long time, the engine idling, the mist swirling around him. Finally, with trembling hands, he crossed himself, whispered a prayer he barely remembered, and drove off the bridge. Willow Creek was abandoned, Houses sagged and rotted into the earth. Rusted cars sat half sunken into mud. No lights burned. No voices called out. It was a ghost town. Literally. Danny didn't stop. He kept driving. Past the broken buildings, past the crumbling storefronts, past the skeletal remains of a once living place, until the road turned to dirt, and the dirt to grass, and the grass to mist, and then nothing. He slammed on the brakes, heart pounding. The car sat at the edge of a vast, empty field, mist swirling thick and heavy. There was no road ahead, no town behind, just emptiness. Danny gripped the steering wheel, trying to decide what to do, and that's when he saw them. Figures, dozens of them, stepping out of the mist, surrounding the car. Men and women, children and elders, all pale, soaked, their eyes hollow. Not angry, not malicious, just lost. And one by one, they pressed their hands against the windows, silent, begging, asking for a ride, asking for help, asking for a way home. Danny's mouth went dry. He knew, somehow, that if he let them in, he would never leave this place, never wake up, never find the road back. He closed his eyes, gripped the wheel tighter, and whispered, "I'm sorry, I can't help you." When he opened his eyes again, the mist was thinner, the figures were gone, and ahead, barely visible, was a narrow, crumbling road leading back to the world of the living. Danny didn't hesitate. He slammed the car into drive and sped forward, heart hammering, tears blurring his vision. He didn't stop until the mist cleared completely, and the first pink streaks of dawn painted the sky. Behind him, Route 66 disappeared into the mist, swallowed whole. And Danny, soaked, shaking, forever changed, kept driving, knowing he would never speak of what had happened, knowing he would never forget, and knowing that sometimes, when the mist rolled in, when the rain fell just right, he would see a figure standing by the roadside, a hitchhiker, waiting, watching, hoping for one more ride home. Danny didn't stop driving until the sun was fully up. The pale orange light seeped into the mist, thinning it out like smoke blown away by a strong breeze. He didn't know what town he was in or what highway he had found, but it felt real, solid. The radio crackled back to life, some morning DJ's voice cutting through the static, laughing about the latest pop song. For the first time in hours, Danny let himself believe he was safe. He pulled into a dusty old gas station, the kind that looked like it hadn't changed since the 70s, and parked the car crookedly at the pump. His hands shook as he gripped the wheel, muscles cramping from how tightly he'd held on. A teenage attendant in a faded uniform came sauntering out, wiping his hands on a rag. "Morning," the kid said with a nod. "Rough night?" Danny managed a hollow laugh. You could say that. The kid started filling the tank, whistling tunelessly. Danny stumbled into the little store, the bell over the door jangling harshly. The clerk behind the counter, an old man with thick glasses and a trucker hat, looked up and gave him a polite smile. "You look like you've seen a ghost," the old man said, chuckling at his own joke. Danny didn't answer. He grabbed a bottle of water and a candy bar and made his way to the counter. The clerk rang him up, bagged the items, and handed them over with a slow, knowing look. "You were on 66, weren't you?" the old man asked, voice dropping low. Danny froze. The old man tapped the counter with one gnarled finger. "Shouldn't drive that road at night. Bad things out there. Real bad things." Danny swallowed hard. "I didn't have a choice." The old man shrugged. "Most folks don't." For a moment, Danny considered telling him everything. The diner, the figures, Mary, but something stopped him. Maybe it was the weight of it all, the knowledge that even if he spoke the words, no one would believe. Or maybe it was because some part of him knew it wasn't over yet. The old man's eyes crinkled with sympathy. "You made it out. That's what matters." Danny paid and left without another word. The kid at the pump gave him a thumbs up as he pulled away. For the next few hours, the world felt normal again. The roads buzzed with morning commuters, coffee in hand, fighting the grind of another day. The radio played music and commercials. The sun rose higher, burning away every last trace of mist. Danny dared to breathe easier. He dared to hope it was over. But deep down, he knew it wasn't. As he drove east toward home, toward the life he had nearly left behind, he kept seeing things out of the corner of his eye. A figure by the roadside, a flash of white in the trees, always gone when he looked directly. By the time afternoon slipped into evening, exhaustion dragged at his bones. He pulled into a rest stop, a proper one, full of trucks and RVs and families stretching their legs. He parked far away from everyone else, leaned the seat back, and closed his eyes just for a moment. Sleep took him fast, deep, heavy, and that's when the dream came. He was driving Route 66 again, but the road was endless, looping back on itself like a snake eating its tail. The mist was thicker than ever. The car's headlights barely pierced it. Standing in the middle of the road was Mary, alive, dead, both. She lifted a hand, pointed. Danny followed the direction of her finger and saw a bridge ahead. The same crumbling bridge, the one leading into Willow Creek. But this time, something was waiting on the other side. A massive black car, chrome gleaming, engine rumbling like a beast waiting to pounce. Its windows were pitch black, no way to see who or what was inside. Danny hit the brakes, but the car wouldn't stop. It rolled forward, slow and steady, toward the bridge, toward the waiting car. The closer he got, the colder the air became, frost creeping along the inside of the windshield. Mary was beside him now, in the passenger seat, her face solemn. "You have to cross," she said softly. Danny shook his head. "No, I'm not going back." Her voice was sad. "You can't run forever." He didn't understand, didn't want to understand. The bridge loomed closer, and then he woke up. Danny sat bolt upright, heart pounding, drenched in cold sweat. The rest stop buzzed around him. Cars coming and going, people chatting, the low hum of truck engines. But for a moment, just a moment, he thought he heard the rumble of that black car's engine somewhere nearby. He started the car and drove. Faster now, pushing eastward, desperate to put miles between him and that cursed dream. But no matter how far he drove, no matter how many exits he passed, the sun never seemed to set. The sky remained locked in that strange twilight glow, not day, not night. And Route 66 signs kept appearing where they shouldn't be. It was as if he had slipped into some loop, some purgatory. A voice crackled over the radio. Soft, female, familiar. "Danny," it whispered. He jerked the wheel, almost swerving off the road. The voice came again, clearer this time. "Danny, you have to finish the journey." "No," he muttered, gripping the wheel. "I'm done. I'm out." But deep down, he knew the truth. Until he faced whatever waited for him on the bridge, he would never escape. The black car would keep coming. The mist would keep finding him. He would be trapped between worlds. With a sick feeling in his gut, Danny pulled off at the next exit, a battered old sign pointing toward Willow Creek Road. The same road from a dream. The mist rolled in almost immediately, thick and cold. The headlights struggled against it. The bridge appeared ahead, just as before, ancient and crumbling, spanning a dark, sluggish river. And there, parked halfway across, was the black car, waiting. Danny's stomach twisted. Every instinct screamed at him to turn back, to run, but he didn't. He drove forward, heart hammering, hands slick with sweat. As he neared the bridge, the black car's door swung open with a slow creak, and from the mist stepped a man, or something that looked like a man. Tall, thin, wearing a black suit that seemed too tight, too old-fashioned, skin gray and dry, like paper stretched over bone. The figure smiled, a wide, terrible smile that split its face unnaturally. Danny slammed the brakes. The figure spoke, though its mouth barely moved. One last ride. It rasped, one last fare. Danny shook his head. No, I'm not taking you. The figure's smile widened impossibly. You already have. The mist thickened, swirling into shapes, faces, the lost souls from Willow Creek, from Route 66, from 100 forgotten places. They reached for Danny, whispering, pleading, clawing at the air. Mary appeared beside him again, her hand resting lightly on his arm. You can end it, she whispered, but you have to choose. Choose what? Drive forward, she said. Face it, or stay here forever. The black-suited figure waited, arms outstretched. Danny closed his eyes, took a deep breath, and slammed the car into drive. The engine roared. The wheels screeched against the cracked pavement. He barreled forward, straight toward the figure. For a heartbeat, he thought he was going to hit it, that it would tear the car apart, rip him into the mist forever. But at the last second, the figure vanished. The mist shattered like glass, and Danny shot across the bridge, into morning, real morning. The sun rose clean and bright, burning away every trace of fog. The road ahead stretched clear and empty, Route 66 a fading memory behind him. Danny pulled over, heart pounding, hands trembling. He sat there for a long time, feeling the warmth of the sun on his face. No voices whispered, no figures loomed, just the world, solid, alive. Danny knew he had been given a second chance, and he would never, ever drive Route 66 at night again. But sometimes, when the mist rolls in, when the rain falls just right, he catches a glimpse in the rear-view mirror. A pale hitchhiker, standing by the roadside, waiting, watching, and he'd drive a little faster, never stopping, never looking back, because some rides, some fares, are never truly over. Not on Route 66. Not ever. Story number 2. The forest seemed endless. Giant redwood trees towered over everything, their thick trunks like ancient guardians keeping secrets from the world. The canopy was so dense that sunlight barely touched the ground, leaving everything bathed in a dim greenish glow even at midday. Chris Morgan parked his dusty old Jeep at a small clearing marked Fern Hollow campsite. It wasn't even on the official maps. A local had told him about it at the last gas station, mentioning it with a wink and a warning. It's real quiet out there, maybe too quiet. That was exactly what Chris wanted. After a brutal year of deadlines, meetings, and endless city noise, he needed silence, isolation, a place to breathe. He unloaded his gear, a battered tent, a heavy-duty flashlight, a couple of coolers filled with supplies, and set up camp near a crooked old tree that looked like it had seen 1,000 winters. As the sun dipped lower, long shadows stretched across the clearing. Chris built a fire, roasting a couple hot dogs and sipping from a can of cheap beer. The flames crackled, sending sparks spiraling up into the heavy, misty air. Somewhere deep in the woods, an owl hooted. It felt almost magical, like he had stepped outside of time. Chris leaned back against a log, staring up at the tiny sliver of starry sky visible through the redwood canopy. For a while, he just sat there, letting the peace soak into his bones. He didn't notice the first sound right away. At first, he thought it was just the crackling fire or the rustle of wind through the trees. But it wasn't. It was faint. So faint he barely registered it. A whisper. No, a hum. Low and tuneless, like someone idly humming a song they didn't quite know. Chris frowned and sat up, peering into the darkness beyond the firelight. "Hello," he called out. Silence. He shook his head, telling himself it was nothing. The forest was full of sounds, animals, shifting trees, maybe even another camper somewhere farther off. Still, he added a few extra logs of fire, making the flames burn higher and brighter. He stayed awake longer than he intended, staring into the dancing fire, feeling the woods press closer with every passing hour. Finally, around midnight, exhaustion dragged him into his tent. He zipped the flap tight, crawled into his sleeping bag, and was asleep within minutes. The humming returned in his dreams, except now it was louder, closer, and layered beneath it was something else, a wet, shuffling sound, like heavy footsteps dragging across the forest floor. Chris stirred restlessly, caught in a half-dreaming state where everything felt too real. He heard the tent fabric rattle, the low hum rising in pitch, and something brushing against the thin nylon wall, tracing along it slowly, almost curiously. He jolted awake, heart hammering. For a few moments, he lay frozen, listening. The night outside was deathly still. Only the crackle of the dying fire remained. Chris cursed himself for getting spooked and checked his watch. 2:13 a.m. He grabbed a flashlight, zipped open the tent, and shined the beam into the clearing. Empty. Nothing but trees, mist, and the dying embers of his campfire. Still, he kept the flashlight close as he crawled back into his sleeping bag, leaving the tent flap unzipped this time, just in case he needed to bolt. Sleep didn't come easily. Every tiny sound, a twig snap, a shift of leaves, made him flinch. At some point, exhaustion won again, dragging him under. He didn't see the figure that stood at the edge of the clearing, watching him, silent, still, barely more than a shadow against the trees. Morning came late and gray, the sun struggling to cut through the mist. Chris stumbled out his tent, feeling groggy and disoriented. Everything looked normal. The forest, the fire pit, the trailhead he had come on, nothing seemed out of place. But there was a strange smell in the air, damp, earthy, and something else, something metallic and sharp that turned his stomach. He shook it off and made breakfast, telling himself he was being ridiculous. He spent the day hiking deeper into the woods, following deer trails and photographing the massive, ancient trees. The silence was beautiful at first. No buzzing cars, no shouting crowds. But as the afternoon wore on, it started to feel oppressive, like the forest was holding its breath, waiting. Several times, Chris thought he heard footsteps behind him, quick, crunching steps on the path. Each time he spun around, heart racing. The trail was empty. Once he even called out, "Anyone there?" No answer, just that thick, heavy quiet. By the time he returned to camp, the sun was setting. The mist was thicker tonight, rolling in from the hills in ghostly tendrils. Chris built another fire, bigger this time, and kept his flashlight within reach. He ate quickly, nerves on edge. The humming started again, just as the last light drained from the sky. Louder this time, more insistent. Chris stood by the fire, scanning the dark woods, flashlight slicing through the mist. Nothing, but he could feel something. Watching, waiting. Some primal instinct screamed at him to run, to leave everything behind and sprint back to the Jeep. But he didn't. He wasn't the type to scare easily. City life had toughened him up, or so he thought. Around 11 p.m., the fire started to die down. Chris added more logs, but the flames barely grew. It was as if the mist was sucking the heat and light out of the air. The humming swelled, filling the clearing with an eerie, vibrating sound that seemed to come from all directions. Chris grabbed the flashlight and pointed it toward the trailhead. A figure stood there, just at the edge of the light, motionless. Chris's mouth went dry. He called out, voice cracking, "Hey, who's there?" The figure didn't move, didn't answer. Chris stepped closer, flashlight beam steady. The figure resolved slightly. A man, or something shaped like a man, cloaked in shadows and mist. But there was something wrong. Its arms were too long, its head tilted at an unnatural angle. and its face, or what should have been a face, was a pale, featureless blank. Chris stumbled back toward the fire, heart hammering in his chest. The figure didn't follow. It just stood there, watching. Chris backed into his tent, zipped it shut, and sat there, clutching the flashlight, every nerve on fire. The humming grew louder and louder, and then silence. Dead, absolute silence. Chris sat frozen for what felt like hours, until exhaustion finally dragged him under. Outside, the mist thickened, swallowed the camp. And when the morning came, Chris Morgan was gone. Only the tattered remains of his tent, a cold fire pit, and deep, strange footprints remained, as if something had come out of the woods and taken him. The search started the next day. By noon, park rangers were already combing the trails around Fern Hollow campsite. Chris Morgan's Jeep was still there, parked exactly where he'd left it. Inside, they found his wallet, phone, and a half-finished bag of trail mix on the passenger seat. Nothing looked disturbed, but in the clearing itself, they found something far more unsettling. Chris's tent was shredded, not like an animal attack, more like it had been carefully, methodically cut open from all sides. The ground was torn up too, as if something heavy had been dragged across it. No blood, no signs of a struggle, just those deep, unnatural footprints leading off into the forest. And they stopped abruptly after about 50 feet, like whatever made them had simply vanished. Ranger Tom Willis crouched near the last footprint, frowning. It didn't make sense. No animal made tracks like that. Too long, too wide, with strange, almost hand-like indentations at the toes. He'd been working these woods for 20 years and had seen plenty of weird things, but nothing like this. Tom stood and surveyed the misty trees, unease curling in his gut. "Let's call it in," he muttered to his partner. "We're going to need more eyes out here." Back in town, the news spread fast. Missing camper, unexplained circumstances, the usual warnings about staying on marked trails and not venturing out alone. But the locals, the ones who lived their whole lives in the shadow of the redwoods, they knew better. They remembered the old stories about the humming, about the mist, about the ones who disappeared and were never found. At Murphy's Diner, the old men who spent their mornings nursing black coffee and bad memories exchanged uneasy glances. "It's Fern Hollow again," one of them whispered. Knew it was just a matter of time. 2 days later, another search party set out. This time they brought dogs, big, muscular German shepherds trained for search and rescue. The dogs didn't want to go. They whined and pulled at their leashes, refusing to cross the boundary into Fern Hollow. Their handlers coaxed and dragged them, but the closer they got to Chris's abandoned camp, the more frantic the animals became. Finally, one dog, a big male named Rex, broke free, yanking the leash out of his handler's hands. Rex bolted into the woods, barking wildly, and then silence. The handlers called for him, whistles and shouts echoing through the mist. No answer. They found Rex's collar later that afternoon, lying in the middle of the trail. The leather was shredded, the metal tag twisted into a crumpled shape. There was no sign of the dog, not even tracks, as if he'd been plucked out of existence. That night, Tom sat alone at the ranger station, staring at the evidence laid out before him. Chris's gear, photos of the campsite, the strange, massive footprints. He tapped his pen against the table, mind racing. He didn't believe in ghosts, didn't believe in monsters lurking in the trees, but he believed in patterns. And the pattern here was clear. People who ventured too deep into Fern Hollow had a tendency not to come back. The clock ticked toward midnight. Outside, the mist thickened, curling around the station like smoke. Tom stood, stretching his aching back. Maybe he just needed to see it for himself. Maybe then it would all make sense. Armed with a flashlight, a flare gun, and a heavy revolver tucked into his belt, Tom drove out toward Fern Hollow. The Jeep's headlights sliced through the mist, revealing a world that looked alien and distorted. The trees loomed like skeletal giants. The road twisted and narrowed. And then there it was, the clearing. Tom parked, killed the engine, and sat for a moment listening. Nothing, only the soft whisper of the wind through the trees. He stepped out, boots crunching on the gravel. The air smelled wrong, damp and metallic, like old blood. He swept the flashlight across the clearing. The torn tent was still there, sagging like a deflated lung. The fire pit was cold and abandoned, and beyond that, the trail into the deeper woods. Tom hesitated. Every instinct screamed at him to stay put, to get back in the Jeep and drive far, far away. But duty and stubborn pride pushed him forward. He followed the trail, flashlight beam jittering across twisted roots and fallen leaves. The mist closed in behind him, swallowing the clearing from view. He was alone, truly alone. At first, it was just the usual forest sounds, a distant owl, the creak of branches. But then he heard it, a low hum, faint at first, like a song carried on the wind. Tom froze, heart hammering. He swung the flashlight in a wide arc. Nothing, but the humming grew louder, filling the air, vibrating in his chest. And then, footsteps, heavy, deliberate, coming from just ahead. "Hello," Tom called out, voice shaking. No answer. He took a cautious step forward. The mist parted slightly, revealing a figure standing in the trail. It was a man, or it had been, once. Now it was a hollow thing, gaunt and pale, skin stretched too tight over bones, eyes blank and staring. It opened its mouth, and the humming spilled out loud and discordant. Tom stumbled back, fumbling for the revolver. The figure advanced, dragging its feet through the dirt, arms outstretched. Tom fired. The gunshot shattered the silence, echoing through the trees. The figure didn't even flinch. It kept coming, humming louder, faster. Tom turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, flashlight swinging wildly. The mist closed around him, disorienting, suffocating. He didn't know where he was going, only that he had to get away. Branches clawed at his face. Roots snagged his boots. The humming followed, rising to a fever pitch. Tom burst into a small clearing and skidded to a halt. Standing around him were more figures, pale, gaunt, humming in unison. They closed in. Tom screamed, and then the mist swallowed him. At dawn, the Rangers found his Jeep abandoned at the edge of Fern Hollow. The driver's side door was open, the keys still in ignition, and on the seat, where Tom's revolver should have been, there was only a scrap of torn cloth and a single muddy footprint, too large, too human, and yet not. The town of Alders Creek changed after Tom's disappearance. At first, the ranger station organized more search parties. Helicopters scoured the redwood canopy. Volunteers lined up, trekking into the misty trails with dogs, whistles, radios. But nothing turned up. No body, no backpack, no flashlight, no sign of Tom Willis at all. Just the same heavy, unearthly silence hanging over Fern Hollow. The same humming, sometimes faintly heard by those who dare get too close. And then the accident started. First, a group of college students from Sacramento went missing. They'd come for a weekend of hiking and ghost hunting, armed with cameras and bravado. Their car was found abandoned at the Fern Hollow trailhead, doors swinging open, headlights still blinking weakly in the morning fog. Inside, on the passenger seat, someone had scrawled words into the dust on the dashboard with a fingertip. "It's in the mist." None of the students were ever seen again. In town, the fear became a living thing. Tourists still arrived, curious, drawn by the mounting legends, but the locals knew better. At Murphy's Diner, the booths emptied earlier every night. Shutters were bolted tight long before sunset. Children were warned never to play near the woods. Old Mrs. Greeley, who lived closest to Fern Hollow, started leaving bowls of salt water on her porch, an old warding ritual from her grandmother's time. When asked about it, she just shook her head and muttered, "Won't keep it out. Nothing will." Sheriff Allen Pike tried to keep order. He posted warning signs, closed off trails, even talked about putting up a fence. But nothing could stop the mist. It would roll in silently, especially on moonless nights, seeping down the streets like a living thing. And with it came the sounds, the low, vibrating hum, the echo of heavy footsteps. Sometimes faint voices calling out in the dark, voices that sounded eerily like the missing. One evening, just after sundown, Sheriff Pike got a call. A young woman named Lindsay Carter had been camping with her brother near the restricted zone. Now, she was hysterical, screaming into the phone about something dragging him into the mist. Allen Pike didn't hesitate. He grabbed his jacket, his shotgun, and his old hunting knife, and drove out toward Fern Hollow with a siren screaming. He found Lindsay just where she'd said she would be, at the edge of the trail, sobbing and clawing at her arms like she was trying to peel her own skin off. He wrapped her in a blanket, tried to calm her enough to get the story, but her words were a fractured, broken mess. Faces, the faces in the mist, they looked like him, but they weren't him, not anymore, they were wrong. She kept glancing fearfully into the trees, even though the mist hadn't quite reached them yet. They sang, she whispered. They sang to him. Allen's got twisted. He knew she wasn't lying, and he knew what he had to do. Against every screaming instinct, he loaded his shotgun, slung the knife at his belt, and stepped into the woods. At first, the forest seemed almost normal. The trees stood tall and still, their massive trunks blocking out the dying light. But as he pushed deeper, the mist rose around him, swirling at ankle height, then climbing higher. The humming started, soft, barely audible at first, but it grew, vibrating to the ground, through the air, through his very bones. Allen gritted his teeth and pressed on. He passed landmarks he knew well. The fallen log shaped like a wolf, the creek where trout flash in the summer. And yet, everything felt wrong, tilted, off-kilter, as if the forest was bending around him, subtly rearranging itself to confuse and entrap. He tried to stay on course, marking trees with bright flagging tape. But every time he looked back, the tape was gone, swallowed by the mist, or maybe never there at all. Then he heard it, a voice. "Allen." He froze. It was Tom Willis's voice, clear as day. "Allen, over here. Need help." Allen swung the flashlight wildly, heart hammering. "Tom, over here," the voice repeated, a little fainter, a little wrong. Allen stumbled toward the sound. The mist thickened, coiling around him like fingers. Shapes moved just beyond his flashlight beam. Pale, shivering figures that flinched away when the light touched them. He caught glimpses of faces, familiar faces, the missing campers. Tom, all staring blankly, mouths open in silent screams. The humming grew deafening. Allen staggered to a halt, realization slamming into him. This wasn't rescue. This was bait. He turned to run, but the forest had changed. The trail was gone. The trees closed in impossibly tall and dense. And from the mist ahead, something emerged. Something huge. It were the faces of the missing, dozens of them, all fused together in a constantly shifting, writhing mass. Arms stretched and merged. Eyes blinked and rolled in places they shouldn't be. It moved toward him with a slow, slithering grace, pulling the mist along with it like a living cloak. Allen raised the shotgun and fired. The blast punched a hole straight through the creature, but the hole closed instantly, flesh rippling like water. It laughed, not with one voice, but with all of them, Tom, Chris, the students, the dog handlers, a chorus of hollow, broken laughter that made Alan's skin crawl. He backed away, firing again and again until the shotgun clicked empty. The thing lunged. Alan drew the knife, slashing wildly. The blade cut deep, but the mist wrapped around his arms, the handle pulling it from his grasp. Something cold and wet touched his leg, yanking him off his feet. He hit the ground hard, lungs emptying in a painful grunt. The mist pressed down on him, suffocating, squeezing. Faces swam above him, mouths gaping open. And then silence. Lindsay Carter was found the next morning, still huddled by the trailhead, eyes glazed and unseeing. Sheriff Alan Pike's patrol car was discovered abandoned nearby, door hanging open, radio hissing static. There was no sign of Alan himself, just a muddy footprint on the hood of the car, too large, too twisted, and the words scrawled into the dirt of the windshield. "We are one." After that, the town finally gave up. Fern Hollow was officially closed off. Barricades erected, warning signs posted, surveillance cameras installed. Not that it mattered. The mist didn't care about fences. And sometimes, late at night, the humming could still be heard, faint and low, drifting to the town like a lullaby for the lost. The redwood forest continued to loom in the distance, a silent, ever-present threat over the town of Alders Creek. The once quiet town had become a ghostly place, where the people walked around with heavy hearts, eyes glancing nervously toward the ever-growing mist that seemed to crawl down the mountain sides with each passing evening. The tragedies had piled up, but there was one that lingered, haunting the entire region more than any other: the disappearance of Sheriff Alan Pike. After Alan vanished, the town could no longer ignore the truth. The forest had its own mind, a dark, ancient one that was more than just trees and wildlife. It was something else, something that had been there long before the settlers came, long before Tom Willis and Lindsay Carter. The mist, the faces, the sounds, it was all tied together in a way that no one fully understood. The new sheriff, a man named Robert Finch, didn't believe in ghosts. He didn't believe in anything supernatural. But what happened to Alan Pike was beyond his ability to explain. In the weeks that followed, Robert tried to piece together the events of the last few months. He interviewed every single person who had seen Alan's last moments, each story more bizarre than the last. But the most unsettling detail came from a former ranger who had spent years patrolling the redwood forest. "I tried to tell them," the old ranger said, staring at his hands as though he could still feel the weight of the years on them. "It's the forest itself. It wants us. You can't fight it. You can't outrun it." In the days after Alan's disappearance, the first clues began to surface. People started noticing strange things. Old photographs of the town, ones that went back generations, began to show subtle changes. Faces seemed to shift, eyes blinked, and figures who weren't there before appeared in the backgrounds, as if the forest itself had begun to alter reality, adding and erasing pieces of history, like some cruel cosmic puzzle. But it wasn't just photographs. No, there were other things far darker. The whisper started again, this time not from the forest itself, but from the mouths of those who had ventured too close. People who had dared to ignore the warnings and visit the outskirts of the redwood forest, where it all began. They spoke of figures emerging from the mist, more than just the faces of the missing. They spoke of something else, something far older. One man, a local logger named Dave, said he saw a figure one night, far off the main trail, hidden in the fog. It was tall, impossibly tall. Its body was covered in shadow, and its face, well, that was the most disturbing part. It had too many faces. Faces that constantly morphed, none of them belonging to any single person. "I swear, man," Dave said, shaking, "it wasn't human. It had so many eyes, all staring at me at once. And its mouth," he paused, swallowing hard. "Its mouth was like a hole, just endless darkness. That's when Robert decided to do something desperate. He would venture into the heart of the redwood forest himself. If the forest had taken Alan, if it had stolen so many others, then Robert was determined to confront whatever was head on. It was the only way to break the curse, to bring peace to his town. Armed with a flashlight, a pistol, and a sense of determination that bordered on insanity, Robert entered the forest just after sunset. He followed the old ranger's advice, heading down the Fern Hollow Trail, the very path where Tom Willis and Lindsay Carter had camped. The mist was already rising as he trudged deeper into the woods. It came thick and fast, swirling around his legs, curling up toward his waist like a living thing. The humming began almost immediately. At first, it was faint, a distant, unsettling vibration in the air. But as he walked, it grew louder, the sound pulsing like a heartbeat. Robert gritted his teeth and pressed on. The trees here were ancient, towering above him like silent sentinels. Their twisted branches reached down as if to drag him deeper into the shadows. The farther he went, the more it felt as though the forest was watching him, waiting. He could feel the weight of the forest pressing in from all sides, the air thick with moisture and a strange, sweet scent that made his head swim. And then, from the mist, he saw it, a figure. At first, he thought it was just a trick of the light, some shadow cast by a twisted branch or a knot in the bark. But no, it was real, a figure, standing motionless in the clearing ahead of him. It was tall, impossibly tall, its face obscured by a tangle of dark hair. The figure was wearing a jacket, just like Alan's. A sheriff's badge glinted faintly in the mist. "Alan," Robert called, his voice tight with fear. The figure didn't respond. Robert's heart pounded in his chest. He reached for his pistol, his fingers trembling. He took one step forward, then another, and then the figure turned, slowly, deliberately. It faced him fully. But it wasn't Alan. Not anymore. The face was a patchwork, a writhing mass of features, some familiar, others completely alien. Tom Willis's eyes stared out from the face, alongside the wild, hollow gaze of the missing campers. Others had no eyes at all, just blank, smooth skin. The figure opened its mouth, and then, from its throat, came the sound. It was a choir, 1,000 voices, 1,000 souls, screaming, pleading, whispering. They were all there. "Help us! Help us!" The mist thickened, swirling around Robert's feet, pulling him down toward the ground. His flashlight flickered, and for a moment, he saw it clearly. The creature that had devoured so many, the entity that the town had feared for generations. It had no body, no shape, just faces. Faces without bodies, without souls, trapped in the mist. Robert's hand tightened on his pistol, but before he could pull the trigger, the figure lunged. It didn't move like a human. It slithered, twisting and bending unnaturally, until it was upon him. The next morning, the search party found Robert's flashlight, the radio, his boots, and nothing else. The forest had claimed another soul. The town of Alders Creek had no sheriff, no answers, and no peace. The mist still lingered, creeping down from the redwood forest every night, just as it always had. And no matter how much they tried to keep people away, no matter how many warnings they posted, the curious kept coming, the daring, the foolish, the brave. The forest always takes what it wants, and those who disappear, they're never really gone. Story 3. It was just after midnight when Officer Mark Davis received the first 911 call. The sound of the phone ringing cut through the silence of the small police station like a knife, startling him out of his half-sleep. He rubbed his eyes, trying to shake the grogginess from his mind. The station was quiet tonight, too quiet, in fact. There hadn't been any serious calls in hours, just the usual minor disturbances. He didn't expect anything out of the ordinary tonight, but then the call came through. The dispatcher's voice was shaking with a mixture of confusion and fear. "Mark, you got a 911 call coming in. It's from the old Branson house on Elm Street." Again. Mark froze for a moment, his heart skipping a beat. The Branson house. It had been abandoned for years. Nobody lived there anymore. The house had been up for sale, but no one had ever dared to buy it. People said it was haunted. Strange things happened there. And now, for the third time this month, they were receiving emergency calls from it. "Are you sure?" Mark asked, trying to steady his nerves. "I mean, that house hasn't been occupied in ages. Why would someone be calling from there?" "I don't know," the dispatcher replied, "but we've been getting reports about strange calls coming from that house for the last few weeks. It's always the same thing. The call is cut off before anyone can say anything specific. And when we send someone out there, there's nobody there. Just silence." Mark ran his hand through his hair, trying to make sense of it. This was bizarre. There had to be some logical explanation, right? Some prankster or malfunctioning phone line. Or maybe it was the wind. But his gut told him that there was something much darker going on. "I'll head over there," Mark said, grabbing his flashlight and keys. "Let's see what's going on." When Mark arrived at the Branson house, the first thing he noticed was the silence. It wasn't the usual quiet of an abandoned building. No, this was an eerie stillness, as though the house itself was holding its breath, waiting for something. The full moon hung in the sky, casting long shadows across the property, and a chill wind blew through the trees, causing the branches to sway like ghostly arms. The house loomed before him, dark and lifeless. Its windows were boarded up, its once bright paint now peeling and faded. There was an unmistakable sense of decay in the air, a feeling that this place was no longer a home but a hollow shell. He walked toward the front door, the creaking of the wooden steps beneath his boots adding to the atmosphere of unease. As he reached for the handle, he heard the sound again, faint at first, then growing louder. A ringing phone. Mark paused for a moment, his heart rate quickening. It was coming from inside the house. But how? There was no electricity, no power running to the building. It had been abandoned for years. The phone had to be a landline, but it hadn't been used in forever. No one had lived here. He pushed open the door, the rusted hinges squealing in protest as they moved. The house was cold inside, the air thick with dust and the faint smell of mildew. His flashlight beam cut through the darkness, revealing old furniture covered in cobwebs, broken picture frames, and the remnants of a life that had been long forgotten. The phone continued to ring, its shrill sound echoing through the empty house. It seemed to come from upstairs, so Mark made his way up the creaky staircase. Each step seemed to groan beneath his weight, as if the house itself were alive, groaning in protest at his intrusion. He reached the top of the stairs and followed the sound of the phone, which now seemed louder, more urgent. It was coming from a room at the end of the hallway. Mark hesitated for a moment, wondering what he would find. He had seen some strange things in his years as an officer, but nothing like this. He opened the door. The room was dark, save for the faint glow of the moonlight coming through a cracked window. The phone was resting on a small table near the corner, still ringing, its cord tangled in a mess of dust and dirt. The receiver was off the hook, swinging slightly as if someone had just hung up. Mark's first instinct was to check the phone line. Maybe there was some simple explanation for the call. But as he stepped closer to the table, something caught his eye. There was something written on the wall. It wasn't anything that he could make out at first. It was too faint, too smeared, as if the words had been written in a hurry, in something darker than ink. Mark stepped closer, his flashlight illuminating the faint message. "Help me?" The words were smeared in a way that suggested they had been written with a trembling hand. Or perhaps something much worse. Mark's heart skipped a beat. He could feel a chill creeping down his spine. Who could have written this? And why? He felt a sudden urge to leave the room, but something held him in place. His eyes were drawn to the phone again. It still hadn't stopped ringing. The sound was maddening, relentless. Without thinking, Mark picked up the receiver. The line was dead silent for a moment. Nothing. No static. No breathing. Just silence. Then a voice came through. Soft, barely audible at first, but unmistakable. "Help me, please. I'm still here." Mark's blood ran cold. The voice was faint, distant, like a whisper from beyond the grave. But there was something else, something that made his stomach turn. It was a voice he recognized. It was the voice of a woman. Mark's hand shook as he held the receiver, the voice on the other end sending a chill down his spine. He recognized it, not from any recent interaction, but from an old case, a case that had haunted him for years. "Is anyone there?" the voice repeated, growing fainter. "Please help me." It was the voice of a woman named Sarah Connors, a missing person from nearly 3 years ago. She had disappeared without a trace, her case cold and unsolved. Despite numerous searches, no one had ever found a clue, a hint, or even a shred of evidence that could lead them to her. And now, here she was, speaking to him from the grave. Mark's mind raced. He tried to steady his breathing, but it felt like the walls of the house were closing in on him. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as the voice on the line became more desperate. "Please, you have to find me." Sarah's voice cracked. "I'm still here, trapped in the house." Mark felt a strange pull in his gut, something urging him to act quickly. But as the words hung in the air, a sickening realization crept into his mind. There was no way Sarah could still be alive. Her body had never been found. The search teams had scoured every inch of the city, combing through forests, fields, and abandoned buildings, but there had been no sign of her. And yet, here was her voice, faint yet clear. "Where are you?" Mark demanded, trying to keep his composure. His voice came out more forceful than he intended. "Sarah, where are you? What happened?" There was a long pause, and Mark's heart skipped a beat. Then the voice returned, barely above a whisper. "I'm in the walls. I'm inside the house." The words sent a jolt of fear through Mark's chest. He glanced around the room, the shadows stretching long and ominous. The room felt colder now, the air thicker, as if the house itself were watching him. "Who's there with you?" Mark asked, his voice shaking slightly. He was beginning to question his own sanity. This couldn't be happening. It just couldn't. "I'm alone." "But they're coming," Sarah's voice whispered, her words slow and deliberate. "They won't let me go. They won't let me out." "Who's coming, Sarah?" Mark demanded, his mind racing with dread. "Who's keeping you there?" The voice on the other end went silent for a moment. The only sound now was the faint crackling of the phone line. Mark's grip tightened around the receiver, his heart pounding in his chest. And then, in a voice that made Mark's blood run cold, Sarah spoke again. "They're the ones who called you." The line went dead. Mark stood frozen for a moment, his mind reeling from the encounter. He slowly lowered the receiver and placed it back on the hook. His breath came in shallow gasps as he tried to process what just happened. He knew what he had heard, and he couldn't deny it. But the logical part of his mind screamed at him, telling him that there had to be some explanation, some rational reason behind this. After all, Sarah Connors had been missing for years. The idea that she was still alive, calling him from the walls of a house, was insane. But the other part of him, the part that couldn't ignore the growing sense of dread, knew that something much darker was at play. Mark took a step back, his flashlight beam sweeping across the room. His thoughts were racing. Could it be possible? Could Sarah's spirit still be trapped here, unable to rest, unable to move on? And if so, what did it mean for him? What had he just uncovered in this old, decrepit house? As he turned to leave the room, a creak echoed to the hallway behind him. His heart skipped a beat. He stopped in his tracks and listened. Nothing. The house was eerily still again, but the sense of something lingering in the air was palpable. Mark's instincts told him to leave, to get out of the house as quickly as possible. He had already spent far too long in this place, and he didn't want to be the next one to vanish without a trace. But he couldn't shake the feeling that he had to go deeper, that there was something here he had yet to discover. His feet moved on their own, leading him toward the narrow staircase that descended into the basement. The air grew colder as he approached, the darkness below seemingly swallowing up the light from his flashlight. A creeping unease settled in his stomach, but he couldn't stop now, not when he was this close to finding the answers. Mark hesitated for a moment at the top of the stairs. He took a deep breath and called out, his voice echoing in the silence. "Sarah, are you down there?" For a long moment, there was no response. He didn't expect one, but just as he was about to turn and leave, he heard it, a soft, almost inaudible whisper, coming from the darkness below. "I'm here." Mark's pulse raced as he felt the cold air from the basement crawl up his spine. He stepped cautiously down the stairs, his flashlight trembling in his hand. The floorboards creaked beneath his feet, the sound echoing through the empty house. At the bottom of the stairs, he found himself standing in front of a small wooden door. It was ajar, the faintest sliver of light spilling out from the crack. His heart pounded in his chest as he pushed the door open. The room was small, its walls lined with old, decaying furniture. The air smelled musty, and the floor was covered in dust. But what caught his attention wasn't the room itself, it was the wall. At first, he thought it was just another part of the decaying structure. But as he stepped closer, the reality hit him like a punch to the gut. The wall was moving, not in the way a wall should, not with any natural movement. No, this was something much worse. It was as if the wall itself was breathing. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, Mark reached out, his fingers trembling as he touched the cold surface. A faint sound filled the room. It was soft at first, like the rustling of fabric or the scraping of nails on wood. Then it grew louder, the sound of something scratching. The scratching sound was unmistakable, a deep, gnawing scrape that seemed to come from within the walls themselves. Mark stood frozen, his fingers still pressed against the cold, uneven surface. His mind raced with panic. The wall was alive, or at least it seemed to be. He could hear something or someone moving behind it. The noise intensified, a frantic, desperate scratching now, almost as if something or someone was trying to escape from within. The sound was so deafening it drowned out everything else, making the air thick with tension. Mark stepped back, his breath coming in shallow gasps, his mind struggling to comprehend the impossible reality unfolding before him. He backed up slowly, eyes never leaving the wall. His flashlight flickered nervously in his hand, casting eerie shadows across the room. The scratching continued, relentless. Then, as if in response to his retreat, there was a sharp thud, the unmistakable sound of something heavy slamming against the wall from the other side. Mark's heart pounded in his chest. Was someone trapped in there? Had Sarah Connor somehow been hidden inside the wall all this time, unable to escape? The thought made his stomach churn. But no, that couldn't be possible. He had seen her picture in the missing persons report. She couldn't still be alive after all these years. And yet, here he was, standing in front of a wall that seemed to be alive with movement, the desperate sounds of scratching and banging coming from within. Then the phone rang again. Mark jumped at the sound, his nerves already frayed from everything that had happened. He rushed back to the old phone that still sat on the table, its receiver hanging loosely. His fingers shook as he picked it up. "Hello?" he said, his voice barely above a whisper. There was silence on the other end. His heart raced as the minutes stretched out. Then, just as he was about to hang up, the voice returned. "Mark." It was Sarah's voice again, but this time it was softer, more distant. Her voice trembled. filled with an unnatural sense of fear. They're here. They're coming for you. They won't stop. They never stop. Mark's breath hitched as he clutched the receiver tighter. His head spun with 100 different thoughts, none of them making any sense. He needed to get out of this house. Now. This was all too much. But then something caught his eye. The door to the basement, the one he had just opened, was slowly closing on its own. The wall was still moving, still scratching and groaning with the sound of something trapped behind it. But the door was closing, inch by inch, as if some unseen force was pushing it shut. Panic surged through him as he rushed toward the door. The room was colder now, the air thick with dread. He yanked the door open again, but the basement was no longer the same. The walls had shifted, the space growing smaller and more suffocating. The scratching sound was louder now, almost as if it were coming from beneath the floorboards. He glanced over his shoulder, trying to make sense of everything. But there was nothing, just the empty room, the creeping shadows, and the cold, suffocating silence. And then, from the darkness of the basement, he saw something that made his blood run cold. There, in the corner of the room, stood a figure. At first, it was just a shape, a silhouette, but then the moonlight from the window illuminated it, and Mark froze in place. It was Sarah, but it wasn't her. The woman in front of him was wearing the same clothes Sarah had been wearing the night she disappeared, but her face was wrong. Her skin was pale, too pale, and her eyes were sunken deep into her skull. There was no life in her expression, just an eerie, unnatural emptiness. She was standing perfectly still, staring directly at Mark with wide, unblinking eyes. "Sarah?" he whispered, his voice trembling. The figure did not respond. Instead, it slowly took a step toward him, its feet dragging along the floor with a sickening scrape. Mark could hear the wet, squelching sound of shoes moving through something that didn't belong. His mind screamed for him to run, but his body was frozen in place, as if rooted to the spot by some dark, invisible force. "Sarah," he whispered again, hoping for a sign of recognition, hoping that this was all some terrible nightmare. But it wasn't. It couldn't be. The figure continued to move toward him, its slow, deliberate steps echoing in the dead silence. With each step it took, the temperature in the room seemed to drop further, the chill creeping into Mark's bones. Then, suddenly, the figure stopped, its head tilted slightly to the side, as if considering him, studying him. Mark's breath caught in his throat, and for a moment, he was sure that this was the end, that he was going to be dragged into the darkness, never to be seen again. But just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure was gone. The room fell silent again, the walls no longer groaning. The scratching stopped. Mark was left standing there, gasping for air, his mind in a state of confusion and fear. He couldn't understand what had just happened. Had it been Sarah? Had it been her spirit, somehow trapped in the house? Or had it been something else entirely? He didn't know, and the uncertainty was eating away at him. As he turned to leave the room, the phone rang again. This time, there was no hesitation. Mark didn't want to answer. He didn't want to hear that voice again, didn't want to fall deeper into this nightmare. But somehow, his hand moved on its own, and before he could stop himself, he picked up the receiver. The voice on the other end wasn't Sarah's. It was a man's voice, deep and guttural, filled with malice. "You shouldn't have come here," the voice rasped. "You'll never leave." Mark's blood ran cold as the voice continued, each word like a dagger in his chest. "Now you're one of us." The words rang in Mark's ears like an echo in the darkness, leaving him paralyzed with terror. "Now you're one of us." The voice had a sinister finality to it, and it felt like the walls of the house were closing in, trapping him in a nightmare with no escape. Mark dropped the phone, his hand shaking violently as he backed away from the receiver. His mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. but there was no logical explanation. No reasonable explanation for the cold, disembodied voice, for the figure he had seen in the basement. No answer for the strange events that had been unfolding since he stepped foot in this cursed house. He turned quickly and ran, his feet pounding the creaky wooden floors as he headed for the front door. The house seemed to stretch endlessly before him, every hallway longer, darker than before. His breath was ragged, and the air in the house felt heavy, thick with the oppressive sense of something ancient and malevolent. As he reached the hallway that led to the front door, he heard the familiar, bone-chilling sound again, the scratching, the frantic, desperate noise coming from behind the walls. It seemed to follow him, growing louder with every step, like it was closing in from all sides. The very house was alive with it. Mark glanced over his shoulder, his pulse hammering in his throat. But there was nothing, just a long, empty corridor, the dim light from the window casting eerie shadows across the floor. He couldn't stop himself from looking back, even though every instinct screamed at him to keep moving forward. The scratching was everywhere, but it was especially loud now, coming from the floor beneath his feet. Without thinking, he bolted for the front door, only to find it locked. His heart skipped a beat as his fingers fumbled over the old brass handle. Why would it be locked? He had checked it earlier. It had been open. Now, the door was sealed shut, as if some unseen force had trapped him inside. The walls groaned again, and this time, it wasn't just a scratching. There was a deep, guttural growl, the kind of sound that no living thing should be capable of making. Mark's hands were slick with sweat as he yanked at the door, his mind frantically searching for an explanation, for a way out. And then he heard it, a soft, deliberate tapping, like fingers drumming against wood. It started faintly, but it grew louder, closer. Mark turned toward the source of the noise, and there, in the hallway, stood a figure, the same dark silhouette he had seen in the basement. It was Sarah, or at least, it looked like her, but her eyes were wide, empty sockets, like she had been hollowed out from within. There was no trace of humanity left in her face, only an unnatural stillness, a vacancy. Her body twitched unervingly, jerking as though she were a marionette controlled by strings. "Please," Mark whispered, his voice barely audible as he staggered backward. "Please let me go." The figure tilted its head, its movements unnatural and jerky, like it wasn't entirely sure how to respond. Then, without warning, it lurched forward, its legs moving stiffly, its feet dragging against the floor. The growling sound grew louder, more animalistic now, as though something was rising inside the house, something that had been waiting, watching. Mark's heart slammed against his chest, and he turned back to the door, pulling at the handle with all his strength. His palms were raw, the metal cold and unyielding. The door wouldn't budge. The growl was now accompanied by other sounds, whispers low and garbled, voices speaking in a language that was incomprehensible. The walls seemed to shift, undulating as if they were breathing, exhaling a dark, oppressive air that made Mark's skin crawl. He looked back once more at the figure in the hallway, but Sarah, or whatever it was gone. In her place stood a dark shadow, tall and menacing, its shape undefined. The air around him grew colder, heavier, as though the house itself was drawing him in, swallowing him whole. Mark's breath caught in his throat. He couldn't hear the scratching anymore. All he could hear was the sound of his own heart pounding in his ears, and the sinister whispers growing louder with each passing second. He slammed his shoulder against the door, hoping to break through, though it splintered under the force, and he could feel the cold night air seeping through the cracks. With one final, desperate push, the door creaked open. A gust of wind hit him like a slap to the face, and he stumbled out onto the porch. The house loomed behind him, its windows like black eyes staring down at him, watching his every move. The whispers had stopped. The growling had ceased. The scratching was gone, but the silence was just as terrifying. Mark stumbled down the steps, his legs weak beneath him, He had no idea how long he'd been in the house. Hours, days, or perhaps just minutes. Everything had blurred together in a terrifying haze. The world outside felt foreign to him, almost unreal. He looked around, searching for something familiar, anything to ground him in reality. As he walked away from the house, the phone rang one final time. He didn't need to answer it. He knew what would be on the other end. The same voice, the same chilling message. He didn't dare look back. And as he made his way into the night, the house behind him stood silent, waiting for the next soul to answer its call. Story 4. The sleep experiment that went wrong. In the 1940s, during the peak of World War II, the United States was gripped by fear and paranoia. The government was doing everything it could to stay one step ahead of its enemies, particularly the Soviet Union. In an attempt to gain any edge they could, secretive experiments were conducted in isolated research facilities, far from the public eye. These experiments ranged from behavioral studies to military advancements, all meant to push the boundaries of human endurance. But one experiment, one that was never meant to see the light of day, would go down in history as a terrifying reminder of the dangers of human curiosity and just how far the government was willing to go in the name of national security. The experiment was called the sleep experiment. The goal was simple enough: to observe the effects of sleep deprivation on human subjects in the hopes of improving soldier efficiency. But what started as an innocuous study on sleep would soon spiral into something far more sinister. The facility where the experiment took place was an abandoned military bunker deep in the forest, miles from any civilization. It was meant to be a place where no one could interfere with the research or the participants. The experiment was conducted by a team of military psychologists, doctors, and researchers, all handpicked for their expertise in the field. The subjects of the study were 5 men, all volunteers. They were chosen from a pool of military personnel who had undergone psychological evaluations and were considered to be in top physical condition. These men were told that the experiment would involve staying awake for a set period of time while being observed through one-way mirrors and cameras. They were promised a hefty reward at the end of the experiment, but there was no mention of the horrifying consequences that would unfold. At first, everything seemed routine. The subjects were placed in individual rooms, each equipped with a simple cot, a toilet, and a small table. They were given food and water, but told that they would have no access to anything else. No books, no distractions, nothing to help them pass the time. The goal was to observe how they would react when deprived of sleep for extended periods. The first few days went by without incident. The men complained about feeling tired, but they all managed to stay awake, chatting with each other through the small glass windows that separated their rooms. Their behavior was typical of people undergoing sleep deprivation. They were irritable, restless, and occasionally short with one another. But nothing out of the ordinary occurred. As the days passed, the researchers noticed something strange. While the men were growing more fatigued, they also began to exhibit odd behaviors. Some of them began whispering to themselves, while others stared blankly at the walls, as if lost in some kind of trance. It was as though their minds were beginning to unravel under the strain of sleep deprivation. By the end of the 5th day, the first signs of trouble appeared. One of the subjects, a man named Thomas, began to speak in an unusual high-pitched voice. It wasn't the type of voice anyone had ever heard from him before. His behavior grew increasingly erratic, and he started to scratch at the walls of his cell, his eyes wide with fear. The other subjects, though clearly exhausted, had begun to take notice of the strange happenings, but they kept to themselves. On the 6th day, things took a dark turn. The men began to display signs of paranoia, each of them becoming increasingly distrustful of one another. They claimed that they could hear strange noises coming from the ventilation system, like whispers, faint voices calling their names in the dead of night. The researchers, observing from their control room, were puzzled. They could hear nothing of the sort through the intercoms or the microphones placed in each room. The subject's psychological state began to deteriorate rapidly. Richard, another subject, started pacing back and forth in his cell, muttering to himself about something in the air. He claimed that he could feel the walls closing in on him. His eyes darted nervously from one corner of the room to the other, his mind seemingly on the edge of complete collapse. By the 7th day, the researchers decided to check on the subjects more frequently, concerned by the rapid deterioration of their mental states. They had anticipated some psychological effects from sleep deprivation, but nothing had prepared them for what was happening inside the facility. The subjects were beginning to break, but not in the way they had expected. They were no longer just tired or disoriented. They were slipping into madness. One by one, the subjects began to exhibit extreme behaviors. Eric was the first to become violent. He began slamming his fists against the door, shouting incoherently, demanding to be let out. When the researchers attempted to calm him through the intercom, he stopped suddenly and started laughing, a deep, guttural laugh that seemed to echo throughout the entire facility. The doctors began to worry. This was not the behavior of a sleep-deprived person. This was something far darker. It was as if the experiment had unleashed something inside the men, something that had been waiting to break free. At the end of the 7th day, the first subject, Thomas, completely lost his grip on reality. He began tearing at his skin, scratching deep gashes into his arms and face. Blood smeared across the walls as he screamed in agony, shouting about the darkness. The researchers rushed to his cell, but it was too late. By the time they reached him, Thomas had collapsed on the floor, his body covered in cuts and bruises. His eyes were wide open, but they were empty, devoid of any recognition. The rest of the subjects were now in a state of panic. They screamed to be released, but the doors were locked. They couldn't escape. They couldn't even understand why they were being kept in the rooms. Richard was banging his head against the wall, his voice rising in pitch as he begged for the experiment to end. Eric had stopped laughing and was now pacing the room in silence, muttering to himself. The researchers realized that they had crossed a line. They had no idea what they had unleashed. The effects of sleep deprivation were one thing, but the psychological damage these men were suffering was far beyond anything they had predicted. The decision was made to end the experiment, but as they rushed to administer a sedative to the remaining subjects, the unexpected happened. The men in the cells stopped moving. They had all fallen silent. The researchers, already on edge from the disturbing behaviors they had witnessed over the past week, stood frozen in their control room. They had hoped to bring the experiment to a swift and safe end. But now, as they observed the monitors, a new sense of unease settled over them. The 5 men, once full of life, voices filled with panic, paranoia, and confusion, had fallen completely silent. It was as though a strange calm had overtaken them, but it wasn't a peaceful quiet. It was unnatural in the sense that they hadn't even moved. Not a single twitch, not even a shallow breath. One of the researchers, Dr. Daniel Cole, stepped forward from the back of the room, his hand hovering over the intercom. His voice trembled as he spoke, barely above a whisper. "We need to check on them. Now." Another researcher, Dr. Lisa Marks, hesitated. "But it's too soon. If we open the doors, we don't know what we'll find." Dr. Cole pressed a button, and a loud crackling sound echoed throughout the room. The intercoms hummed, and he cleared his throat before speaking again. "Attention all subjects. We are terminating the experiment. You'll be sedated immediately. Please remain calm." There was no response. The screens that displayed the men's rooms showed them lying still, their faces pale and eyes wide open, fixed and glazed over, staring at nothing in particular. "What the hell is going on?" Dr. Marks muttered, her eyes glued to the screen. She looked at Dr. Cole with growing concern. "This isn't right. We should have ended this experiment days ago. We're playing with something we don't understand." Without a second thought, The researchers hurried to the facility's interior, their footsteps echoing off the metal floor. They passed through long, dim hallways, each step filled with uncertainty. They stopped at the first room, the one where Thomas had been. The door was slightly ajar. Dr. Cole pushed the door open cautiously. Inside, the room was empty, the bed undisturbed, but the walls were covered in thick streaks of blood. The blood had a dark, coagulated texture, as if it had been there for a long time, but none of the men had been left alone long enough for such a thing to happen. And Thomas, he wasn't here. Suddenly, they heard a soft whisper, a voice, but it wasn't human. It wasn't the kind of voice any of them had ever heard before. It was muffled, incoherent, as if coming from behind a thick wall. Dr. Marks quickly spun on her heel, scanning the hallway. "Do you hear that?" Dr. Cole nodded, his brow furrowing in confusion. "I hear it. It's coming from the ventilation system." Without a word, they proceeded to the next room. They found Richard, but he was not unconscious or sedated. He was standing at the edge of his bed, staring into the corner of a room. His face was expressionless, his eyes glazed over, as if he could see something they couldn't. He was muttering to himself, words that seemed to form no coherent sentences. Dr. Marks stepped forward, her hand gently resting on Richard's shoulder. "Richard, it's over. You need to rest. We're ending the experiment. Everything will be okay now." Richard didn't acknowledge her. His eyes remained fixed, unmoving, as though he were staring at something just beyond the corner, something that had a grip on him, something that wasn't going to let him go. In a flash, Richard turned toward her, his head jerking unnaturally fast. His eyes locked onto hers, but they were no longer the eyes of the man who had entered the experiment. His gaze was cold, devoid of recognition. His lips parted and a low, guttural growl escaped from his throat. Dr. Cole stepped back, his heart racing. "Get away from him, Lisa." But it was too late. Richard's hand shot out faster than a human could react. It grabbed Lisa by the arm, his fingers digging into her skin, forcing her to the floor. The room spun around them, and the lights flickered. She screamed, but the sound was muffled, swallowed up by the unnatural silence of the facility. The growling intensified. Richard's face twisted into an expression of madness as he leaned in, whispering, his voice low and chilling. "It won't let you leave. It's inside us now. It's inside all of us." The words barely registered before Richard's grip loosened, and he collapsed to the floor in a heap, his body twitching uncontrollably. The whispers that filled the air now seemed to reverberate off the walls. It wasn't Richard speaking anymore. It was something else, something ancient, something hungry. Dr. Marks scrambled to her feet, her mind racing to make sense of what was happening. "What the hell is going on here?" she muttered, taking a few steps back toward the door. Just as Dr. Cole rushed to her side to help, the intercom buzzed again, this time crackling loudly. The voice that came through was not the voice of any of the men. It was deeper, more chilling, and its tone carried an unnatural weight that made the hair on the back of their necks stand on end. "We are awake now. You cannot stop us," the voice growled, distorted and almost unrecognizable. Dr. Marks turned to Dr. Cole, fear rising in her chest. This isn't just sleep deprivation. It's something else." Cole's face was ashen, his hands trembling. "We need to end this experiment. We need to stop whatever we've unleashed before it's too late." But the door to the next room had already opened on its own, and through the crack, they could see the outline of someone, standing in the shadows, watching them with hollow, dead eyes. Dr. Cole and Dr. Marks stood frozen in place as the figure in the doorway slowly emerged from shadows. It was one of the remaining subjects, Brian, who had been silent for days, lying motionless in his room. But now he was standing, eyes wide open, staring directly at them. His skin was pale, unnaturally so, with dark veins protruding under the surface like twisted branches. His mouth hung slightly open, but there was no sign of recognition in his eyes. It was as though Brian was no longer himself, replaced by something else entirely. The room around them seemed to hum with energy, an oppressive presence thick in the air. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence that settled like a weight on their chests. Brian's head tilted to one side, unnaturally so, with a sharp, cracking sound that made Dr. Mark's stomach churn. His gaze never wavered as he took one slow, deliberate step toward them. Dr. Cole's heart pounded in his chest. "We need to get out of here." Now, he whispered, barely audible. He grabbed Dr. Marks by the arm, but she shook him off. "No, we need to stop this," Dr. Marks said, her voice trembling but determined. "We need to understand what we're dealing with before it's too late. They're not human anymore. Cole, we've done something terrible." Brian took another step forward. The way his body moved seemed wrong, like he was being controlled by something beyond his will. His body was stiff, jerking with unnatural movements, as if he were a puppet with frayed strings. The air grew colder as Brian's voice broke the silence. "You shouldn't have come here. You should have left us alone." The words were rasping and distorted, echoing to the hall like a broken recording. Dr. Cole, still trying to remain rational despite the panic threatening to consume him, took a deep breath and stepped in front of Dr. Marks. "Brian," he said, his voice firm but shaken, "we need to stop the experiment. You have to tell us what's happening to you. Please, just let us help you." Brian's lips curled into a twisted smile, a smile that didn't reach his eyes. "You can't help us. We're already gone. And soon, so will you." Dr. Marks gasped as a cold breeze swept to the hallway, a gust that carried with the faintest whispers. Whispers of people, of things, trapped within the walls. They were like trapped souls, begging to be freed. Dr. Cole's hand gripped the gun holstered at his side. He didn't want to use it, but it was becoming clear that they weren't dealing with human subjects anymore. They were dealing with something else, something that had been awakened. But even as his fingers brushed the cool metal of the weapon, he hesitated. There had to be another way. There had to be something they could do to stop whatever this was before it consumed them too. The temperature dropped even further, and a strange buzzing noise filled the air. It was as if the room itself was pulsing, throbbing with an unseen energy. Dr. Cole's mind raced, trying to process everything that was happening. "We need to get out of here now." Dr. Marks cried, but as she turned to leave, the door behind them slammed shut, trapping them inside. Panic surged through both of them as they tried to force the door open. Brian's voice echoed in the silence. "It's too late. You're already part of us now." The walls began to pulse and writhe, as if the building itself was alive, reacting to their presence. The lights flickered, casting eerie shadows that danced across the walls. Every shadow seemed to twist and stretch, as if reaching for them, trying to grab hold of them. Dr. Marks, her breath coming in shallow gasps, turned to Dr. Cole. "We need to finish this. We need to end the experiment, but we can't do it alone." Dr. Cole nodded grimly, his face pale. He didn't know what had happened to the subjects, but he was beginning to understand that this wasn't just an experiment gone wrong. They had opened the door to something that couldn't be closed. As the walls around them continued to shift and groan, they both knew they had to find the control room and shut down the experiment, if it was even possible. But getting there wouldn't be easy, not with whatever was hunting them. With Brian still standing in the hallway, his twisted smile never fading, Dr. Cole and Dr. Marks made their way toward the control room, their footsteps echoing in the silence. Every step felt like it could be their last. The sound of the buzzing grew louder, vibrating through their skulls, making it difficult to think. Dr. Marks' hand trembled as she reached for the control panel. "We can't be the first to make it this far," she said, her voice barely a whisper. "There's no way we're the first ones to survive this." Dr. Cole's mind was racing as he stared at the control panel, trying to remember the sequence needed to shut down the experiment. But his thoughts were clouded by a growing sense of dread. What had they done? What had they unleashed? He could still hear the whispers, like 1,000 voices, muffled and distant, calling to them from behind the walls. Suddenly, the lights flickered and went out completely. The room plunged into darkness, the only sound now the frantic beating of their hearts. "We're not alone," Dr. Marks whispered, and as the darkness enveloped them, a shadow passed across the control panel. A shadow with no form, no body, just an overwhelming presence. Dr. Cole turned toward the shadow, but it was gone before he could blink. They were running out of time. The room was pitch black now. The once sterile, controlled environment had descended into chaos. Dr. Cole's hand fumbled along the cold metal wall, desperately searching for any sign of light, any way to orient himself. His breathing was shallow, the panic of the last few minutes gripping him with icy fingers. "Cole," Dr. Marks whispered urgently, her voice trembling in the dark. "We need to finish this. Now." He nodded, trying to calm his racing mind. The buzzing had grown louder, vibrating through his entire body, and the whispers, those suffocating, disembodied voices, were still swirling around them, making it impossible to think. The air felt thick, almost oppressive, like it was closing in on them. Somewhere in the distance, a door creaked open, but it wasn't the door they had just come through. It was coming from somewhere deeper within the facility, from the very heart of the nightmare they'd unleashed. "We have to get to the power grid," Dr. Cole said, his voice barely a whisper. "If we cut the power, we can end it. We have to." His words were a faint glimmer of hope, but as he turned to lead Dr. Marks down the dark hall, the air grew colder. It was as if the building itself was aware of their plan, fighting to keep them inside, to keep them trapped. He could feel something behind him, something stalking them, but whenever he turned, the hall remained empty. They stumbled their way down the narrow corridor, guided only by the faint glow of the emergency exit signs. Every sound in the dark felt amplified, the silence broken only by the occasional creak of the building and the incessant buzzing in their ears. And then, something different, a soft, guttural noise that seemed to come from all directions. Dr. Marks froze. "What was that?" Before Dr. Cole could respond, a figure stepped into the faint light cast by the exit sign. It was Brian, but this time he wasn't alone. Behind him stood the other 4 subjects, their once human features now contorted into grotesque, unrecognizable shapes. Their eyes were wide, bloodshot, their skin stretched tight over their bones, and their mouths hung open, dripping with strange, dark fluid. The buzzing noise intensified, a chorus of twisted, discordant voices emanating from their mouths, chanting in unison. "You cannot stop it," Brian whispered, his voice no longer human. "You've awoken it, and now you are part of it." Dr. Cole stepped back, instinctively reaching for the weapon at his side. His fingers brushed against it, but he didn't pull it out. He knew it wouldn't stop them. Nothing would stop them now. They were no longer human. They were vessels, conduits for something much darker. "Stay back," Dr. Marks shouted, her voice cracking with fear. She glanced around frantically, her eyes darting to the control panels and the emergency exits, searching for any way out. "We need to shut it down." Brian's head tilted unnaturally to one side, his mouth curling into a grotesque smile. "It doesn't matter. You're in this now, just like us." The others took a step forward, their movements slow, deliberate, as if they were being controlled by an unseen force. The room seemed to pulse with energy, and the air around them crackled, thick with an oppressive, malevolent presence. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed from behind them. Dr. Cole spun around, his heart pounding. The door to the power grid room was wide open. Without hesitation, he grabbed Dr. Marks by the arm, pulling her toward it. "This is our chance. We have to get to the grid now." They ran, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the hallway. But they weren't alone. The figures of the 5 subjects followed them, moving faster now, their twisted bodies bending and contorting in unnatural ways. They were closing in on them, and Dr. Cole could hear their labored breathing, the sound of their broken bodies pushing forward. Just as they reached a control room, the door slammed shut behind them with a deafening thud. The building seemed to react to their arrival, the walls vibrating, the air crackling with energy. Dr. Cole immediately rushed to the power grid panel, his fingers shaking as he punched in the emergency shutdown code. Come on, he muttered to himself, the numbers blurring in front of his eyes as he pressed the buttons. Behind him, Dr. Marks was backing away from the door, her eyes wide with terror. The figures were there. They were outside the control room, their twisted faces pressing against the glass, their eyes hollow and cold. Brian's distorted voice echoed through the intercom. It's too late. You cannot stop us. With one final, shaky breath, Dr. Cole hit the shutdown button. A loud whirring sound filled the room, followed by a sudden silence. The lights flickered and then went out completely, leaving them in absolute darkness. For a moment, everything was still. The buzzing, the whispers, the oppressive feeling in the air, all of it vanished. Dr. Cole felt a strange sense of relief, as though they had won, as though they had escaped whatever nightmare they had awakened. But that relief was short-lived. The door to the control room suddenly rattled, then crashed inward with a deafening noise. The figures, the subjects, were back, and they were angry. Dr. Marks screamed as they surged forward, their twisted forms lurching toward her. She stumbled back, but there was nowhere to run. We should have left you alone, Brian whispered, his voice a low growl. Now you will never leave. The building groaned as the figure stepped forward, closing in on them. Their eyes burned with a strange light, and Dr. Cole knew that this was no longer just an experiment gone wrong. They had awakened something far worse. Something that didn't just want to kill them, but want to consume them body and soul. And as they were engulfed by the darkness, the whispers returned, growing louder, more insistent. It was too late. They were part of it now. Story 5. The sun had set over the Arizona desert, casting an eerie glow across the small, seemingly forgotten town of Dudleyville, nestled in the harsh landscape. Far from bustling highways or the noise of the city, Dudleyville had always been a quiet town. Its weathered buildings, dusty roads, and sparse population made it feel like a relic from a time long past. But on the evening of July 13th, 1979, something unusual occurred. Something that would change the history of Dudleyville forever. It was a Friday evening when the first signs of something wrong appeared. Lucy Roberts, a school teacher, was the last to leave the local diner. It was a small, modest place with chipped paint and neon signs that flickered in the wind. She waved goodbye to the cook, Old Sam, who was locking the back door, and climbed into her old, rusted car. The town was peaceful, as it always was, but tonight there was a feeling of unease in the air, something she couldn't quite put her finger on. As Lucy drove through the empty streets, the silence around her felt heavier than usual. No crickets chirped, no wind rustled the dry leaves, and even the stars above seemed distant, like they were avoiding her gaze. She shook off the feeling, blaming it on the long week of teaching and the oppressive heat. But as she turned down Main Street, something caught her eye. A light flickered from a house near the end of the street, the windows dimly glowing. Lucy frowned. No one lived there. It had been abandoned for years. Curiosity piqued. She slowed down. Her headlights illuminated the house, its windows covered with layers of dust and grime, its porch sagging under the weight of neglect. But the light inside, was it just a trick of the eyes? She stared, waiting for the faint flicker to return. Nothing. Lucy shook her head and continued driving, telling herself it was probably just her imagination. But the feeling of unease grew stronger, gnawing at her gut. As she reached the edge of town, she turned one last time to look back. In the distance, Through the haze of dust, she saw something movement. A figure stood in front of the house, silhouetted against the dim light, unmoving, watching her. Her heart skipped a beat, and she sped away without another glance. The next morning, the town was eerily quiet. Dudleyville had always been a small, tight-knit community where everyone knew everyone's business. But that morning, something was off. The usual hum of activity, the sound of neighbors chatting and the clinking of tools from the local garage were gone. The streets were empty, and the only sign of life came from the tumbleweeds that rolled across the main road. Lucy had a bad feeling as she stepped out of her house. Her front door creaked, a sound that seemed unusually loud in the stillness. She glanced down the street and saw that no one else was out, not a single car, not a single person walking. She hurried to the diner, hoping to find some answers, but when she arrived, Sam, the cook, was nowhere to be found. The door to the diner was locked, and the neon sign that had usually flickered to life each morning was dark. Lucy knocked on the door, but received no response. The street was still devoid of life, the silence pressing on her like a weight, suffocating the usual warmth of the town. Frantically, Lucy made her way to the town's general store, thinking that maybe someone was there. As she walked through the empty streets, she noticed that the usual landmarks of the town square, the old church, the town hall, were all strangely deserted. A cold chill ran down her spine. This was wrong. Something had happened overnight. Something she couldn't explain. When she reached the store, she found the door ajar. She hesitated, pushing the door open slowly. Inside, everything was as it always was. Rows of canned goods, dusty shelves, and a faint scent of aged wood. But there was no one behind the counter. No one anywhere. Lucy called out, her voice trembling. "Sam? Anyone?" Nothing. Just the echo of her voice bouncing off the walls. She ran out of the store, her pulse racing. Where was everyone? It was as if the entire town had simply disappeared. Back at her house, Lucy tried to calm herself. She called her neighbor, Mrs. Cartwright, an elderly woman who lived 2 houses down. But the line was dead. No dial tone. Nothing. Her next call was to the sheriff's office. After several rings, the phone picked up, but there was only static on the other end. It was as if the phone line was disconnected. Panic started to set in as she realized there was no one left. No one to turn to. The town was gone. But Lucy wasn't the only one who noticed. Across town, others were starting to wake up to the same unsettling truth. Carl Finch, the town's mechanic, noticed the eerie quiet as soon as he opened his garage door. His wife, Jenna, had been out of town visiting family, and when Carl would call her, his phone was dead. The usual bustling sound of the town, children playing, dogs barking, cars passing by, were absent. He stepped outside, scanning the horizon for any sign of movement. Nothing. At first, Carl thought it might be some kind of strange power outage, but when he walked down to town hall and saw that the doors were locked and no one was inside, a deep dread settled over him. Where were the people? His heart pounded in his chest, and as he walked back to the garage, he saw something that made his blood run cold. The familiar cars that had always been parked in front of houses were now gone. Every single one. It was as if everyone had packed up and left in the middle of the night. But that wasn't possible. No one had even been warned. Lucy, now frantic, made her way to the outskirts of town. She wasn't sure what she was looking for, but something inside told her she needed to keep moving, to keep searching. She felt like she was being drawn toward the edge of town, towards something she didn't fully understand. As she approached the town limits, she noticed something strange. The air felt thinner here, and the horizon ahead seemed to shimmer with a strange, unsettling glow. A soft wind picked up, and as it blew across the barren land, it carried with it the faintest sound, whispers. The wind seemed to whisper in a language she didn't recognize, words that were both foreign and familiar at once. She stopped in her tracks, her heart pounding. The whispering grew louder, more urgent, and then she saw it. In the distance, just beyond the town limits, a faint outline of a building, familiar yet out of place. It was the town's church, but it looked different somehow, as if it had been moved, shifted, twisted out of shape. Lucy's blood ran cold. The town, it was vanishing, and she was standing on the edge, watching it disappear before her very eyes. The sun was now high in the sky, casting long, strange shadows over the desolate streets of Dudleyville. The church that Lucy had seen in the distance was growing closer as she made her way towards it, her heart hammering in her chest. With each step, the whispers in the air seemed to intensify, like a chorus of voices murmuring just beyond her comprehension. She felt a cold sweat beat on her forehead as she pressed on, her eyes never leaving the distorted shape of the church ahead. The town's familiar landmarks, the ones she had known her whole life, were starting to blur at the edges, as though they were fading from reality. It was as if the entire town was dissolving before her eyes. The houses, once full of life, were now just hollow shells, their doors and windows empty, their porches covered in dust. There was no sign of life, no movement, no sound, just an overwhelming silence that felt suffocating. When Lucy reached the outskirts of the town, she could see the church more clearly now. It was strange, distorted in ways that shouldn't have been possible. The steeple was bent at an odd angle, and the once pristine white walls were now cracked and weathered, as though the building had been abandoned for decades. It seemed so out of place, like it didn't belong here, in the middle of the town that had, until yesterday, been so alive. Lucy took a deep breath and approached the church, the whispers in the air growing louder, more insistent. She could almost hear them calling her name, as if urging her forward, but she hesitated. Something about this place felt wrong, unnatural. She stood there for a moment, staring at the doors, wondering if she should enter, but her curiosity got the better of her, and with a trembling hand, she pushed the door open. The church's interior was dark, despite the sunlight streaming in from the outside. The walls were lined with faded pews, and the air smelled of mildew and decay. The altar at the front of the room was covered in dust, the once bright stained glass windows now cracked and dull. There was a coldness to the room, a palpable sense of abandonment that made Lucy's skin crawl. As she stepped inside, the door slammed shut behind her, startling her. She spun around, her breath catching in her throat, but when she reached for the door, it wouldn't budge. It was locked. She was trapped inside. The whispers were now louder than ever, and Lucy could hear them clearly. They were speaking to her, though the words made no sense. It was a language she didn't recognize, a mix of harsh consonants and soft, melodic syllables that echoed in her mind. She pressed her hands to her ears, trying to block out the noise, but it only grew louder. Lucy, her name. She heard it clearly this time. She froze, her heart pounding in her chest. The voice wasn't coming from any one direction. It seemed to be coming from all around her, echoing in the walls, bouncing off the pews, filling the entire space. Lucy! It was calling to her, urging her forward. Lucy, come closer. Against her better judgment, she took a step forward, her legs trembling beneath her. She didn't know why she was moving toward the altar, but something inside her compelled her to do so. As she neared the front of the church, she noticed something strange, a small wooden box placed on the altar. It was old, its surface scratched and worn from years of use, but it was the only thing in the room that didn't seem to be decaying. It was pristine, untouched by time. Lucy reached out, her hand trembling as she hovered over the box. The whispers intensified, urging her to open it. She could feel the weight of the voices pressing down on her, and with a sense of dread, she slowly lifted the lid. Inside the box, there was nothing but dust and a single piece of paper. She pulled it out, and as she unrolled it, she felt a chill run down her spine. The paper was old, yellow with age, and the handwriting on it was uneven, as if written by someone trembling with fear. But the words were clear. Dudleyville does not exist. Lucy's breath caught in her throat. What did it mean? She looked around the church, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was no answer. The whispers had stopped, replaced by an oppressive silence that filled the room like a suffocating fog. Suddenly, the ground beneath her feet trembled. Lucy stumbled backward, her heart racing as the church seemed to shift, the walls warping and bending, the windows flickering with unnatural light. The floor cracked open in front of her, and she saw something, a shape dark and formless, emerging from the cracks in the earth. The ground shook violently, and Lucy fell to her knees, the paper still clutched tightly in her hand. She screamed for help, but her voice was swallowed by the chaos. The air grew thick, the temperature dropping rapidly. The whispers returned, louder than ever, but now they were accompanied by a deep, guttural growl that seemed to come from the depths of the earth itself. "Leave now!" The voice rumbled to the ground, vibrating the air around her. It was no longer a whisper, but a command, an order that Lucy had no choice but to obey. She scrambled to her feet and bolted for the door, her breath coming in ragged gasps. She didn't know how she managed to find the strength, but somehow she flung the door open and ran into the daylight. As she stood outside, gasping for air, the earth seemed to settle. The church was still standing behind her, its distorted form now looming in the distance like a twisted shadow. But something was different. It was as if the town itself had shifted, like the very fabric of reality had been altered. Lucy turned back to look at Dudleyville, but what she saw made her blood run cold. The town was gone. Not a single building remained. Not a single person. The street was empty, the houses reduced to piles of rubble. There were no cars, no signs of life. It was as if the entire town had been erased from existence. Lucy stumbled back, her mind struggling to process what she was seeing. It was impossible. This couldn't be real. But as she stood there, frozen in place, she realized the horrifying truth. Dudleyville had vanished, and it was never coming back. The world around Lucy felt unreal, like she had stepped into a nightmare that wouldn't end. The once thriving town of Dudleyville, where she had grown up, was now nothing more than a patch of barren land. Her heart was racing as she stumbled back from the church, her mind struggling to comprehend the horror unfolding before her eyes. She couldn't understand how something like this was even possible. Where had everyone gone? Why was the town completely erased from existence? She had always been told stories about the mysterious nature of Dudleyville, tales passed down through generations about its strange history and the unexplained disappearances of people. But she had never believed them. Now, standing alone in the middle of an empty wasteland, she had no choice but to face the terrifying truth. Lucy's legs gave way, and she collapsed on the ground, her mind a whirlwind of confusion and fear. She clutched the piece of paper in her hand, the one she found in the church, as if it held the answers she so desperately needed. But the words "Dudleyville does not exist" only served to deepen the mystery. How could a whole town just vanish? And why was she the only one left? For hours, she sat there, her mind numb with disbelief, as the sun slowly began to set. The sky, once bright and blue, now hung heavy with dark clouds that seemed to swirl around her. It felt as though the air itself was alive, pressing down on her with a weight she couldn't shake off. She had to get answers. She had to understand what was happening, or she might lose her sanity. Determined, Lucy rose to her feet. Her eyes scanned the desolate landscape around her, but there was nothing. No sign of life. No sign of the town that had once been. With every step she took, the ground beneath her seemed to grow colder, the air more oppressive. But she couldn't stop now. She had to find someone, anyone, who could explain what had happened. She decided to head to the local sheriff's office. It was the only place where she might find answers, or at least some kind of explanation. She didn't know where else to go. She had to start somewhere. The walk to the sheriff's office was long and unnerving. As she passed the remains of what used to be houses, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was watching her. The hairs on the back of her neck stood up, and every rustle of wind made her heart race. But there was nothing, no one. The town was empty, as though it had been abandoned for years. Finally, she reached the sheriff's office. It was one of the few buildings still standing, though it, too, seemed eerily quiet. Lucy approached the door, her hand trembling as she reached for the handle. She pulled it open slowly, half expecting the door to creak with age. But it didn't. It was unnervingly silent. Inside, the sheriff's office was just as empty as the town. The desks were cleared, the walls bare of any photos or papers. There was no sign of the sheriff, no indication of anyone having been there for quite some time. Lucy's heart sank. Where had everyone gone? Had they just disappeared like the town itself? As she walked deeper into the office, she noticed something odd, a piece of paper crumpled and left behind on one of the desks. She approached it cautiously, feeling a chill crawl up her spine. Unfolding the paper, she saw a map of Dudleyville, though it was different from the one she remembered. The streets were drawn in an unfamiliar pattern, and several areas of the town were marked with strange symbols. One of the symbols was drawn right where the church had stood. A sense of dread washed over her as she examined the map closely. It was as if whoever had drawn it had known exactly what was going to happen, as if they had been preparing for the disappearance of Dudleyville all along. Suddenly, Lucy heard a faint sound behind her, a soft shuffle of footsteps on the wooden floor. She whipped around, her heart pounding in her chest, but there was no one there. The office was still empty. She was alone, but the air was different. It felt charged, as though something was lurking just beyond her sight, waiting for the right moment to strike. Her mind raced, and she quickly glanced at the map again. There was one more thing she hadn't noticed before, a location marked far outside the town limits. It was an isolated spot in the nearby forest. The symbol next to it was the same one she had seen on the church's altar. Could this be the key to understanding what had happened to Dudleyville? Lucy made up her mind. She had to go to the forest. It was the only lead she had, and it was the only way she could find any answers. Her body felt weak from exhaustion and fear, but she pushed forward. She had no other choice. The walk to the forest was long and eerie, the shadows growing longer as the sun set completely. The darkness seemed to close in around her as she approached the edge of the trees, where the map had indicated the strange location. The silence was deafening, and every snap of a twig beneath her feet made her jump. But she didn't stop. She couldn't. Finally, she reached the spot. It was an old, dilapidated building, half hidden by overgrown vines and trees. The structure was falling apart, its roof caving in, but something about it felt important. Lucy hesitated at the entrance, her instincts telling her to turn back, but the map had led her here. She had to find out what was inside. With a deep breath, she stepped inside. The air was thick with dust, and the smell of rot was overpowering. The floor creaked beneath her feet as she made her way deeper into the building. The walls were covered with strange symbols and faded writing that Lucy couldn't understand. But in the center of the room, there was a large stone altar, much like the one she had seen in the church. And on the altar lay a book. Lucy's heart raced as she approached it. The book was ancient, its pages yellow with age. She could feel a strange pull towards it, as though it was calling to her. With trembling hands, she opened it. The first page was covered in writing, scribbled in a language Lucy didn't recognize. But then on the second page, she saw something that made her blood run cold. The words were clear. In English, Dudleyville is not meant to exist. It was never meant to be. Lucy's breath caught in her throat. She turned the page, desperate to find more answers, But the words became more frantic, more erratic. There were no clear explanations, only ramblings about a force beyond comprehension, something that had bound the town to the world, and now that bond had been broken, Dudleyville was never meant to last. It was never meant to exist. A noise behind her snapped her out of her trance. She turned around slowly, her heart pounding. The whispers were back, louder than ever, filling the room with an unearthly sound. And standing in the doorway, just beyond the threshold, was a figure she recognized. It was the sheriff, but he wasn't the man she had known. His eyes were empty, hollow, and his skin was pale, almost corpse-like. His lips curled into a twisted smile. And then he spoke. "You shouldn't have come here," he said, his voice low and filled with an unnatural echo. Before Lucy could react, the room seemed to spin, the walls closing around her, and the darkness swallowed her whole. The world around Lucy spun uncontrollably, and she felt herself being pulled in every direction. Her body was heavy, her mind foggy, as though she was trapped in a dream or perhaps a nightmare. The sheriff's twisted smile lingered in her mind as everything around her began to blur, like the edges of her reality were folding in on themselves. The darkness closed in tighter. She couldn't breathe, couldn't think. The whispers were louder now, their dissonant voices overlapping, speaking in languages she didn't understand. A cold, unnatural chill wrapped around her like an invisible hand, dragging her deeper into the shadows. Then, just as suddenly as it all began, everything stopped. Lucy's vision cleared, and she found herself back in the forest, standing in front of a decaying building. She blinked, disoriented. The cold air stung her skin, and the sound of the forest had returned to normal. Birds chirping, leaves rustling in the wind. But it all felt wrong. The oppressive weight of the air had lifted, but the feeling of dread remained, like a storm just waiting to break. She looked around, half expecting to see the sheriff's ghostly figure behind her, but there was nothing, no one. The strange book was gone too. She let out a breath she didn't realize she had been holding. Her legs felt weak beneath her, but she forced herself to take a step forward, then another. She needed to leave this place. She needed to get away from whatever nightmare she had just experienced. But the eerie silence of the forest seemed to mock her as she walked back toward the town's edge, the path she had once taken, leading her deeper into the mystery of Dudleyville. Now felt like a dream, like a memory she couldn't quite grasp. Lucy stumbled through the empty streets of the town, now feeling more alien than ever. The buildings seemed to have lost all their familiar features. Where there had been houses and shops, there was only empty space, vast, open, and utterly silent. Her mind refused to make sense of it all. She had come to search for answers. But now, with nothing left but ruins, she felt a sense of loss deeper than anything she had ever known. Suddenly, she stopped dead in her tracks. At the far end of the street, standing alone in front of the old diner that she had once frequented with her family, was a figure. It was the sheriff again, but this time his expression was different. The malevolent smile was gone, replaced by an exhausted, sorrowful look. His eyes seemed to be full of understanding. "You've seen it now, haven't you?" he said, his voice low and mournful. Lucy's heart raced. She wanted to ask him what was going on, but she couldn't form the words. Her mouth felt dry, her throat tight. She just stared at him, waiting for some sort of explanation. The sheriff gave a slow nod, as if he had been expecting this moment. "This town, Lucy," he began, his voice tinged with regret. "Dudleyville, it was never meant to be. It wasn't supposed to exist in the way you remember it. We were all part of something we couldn't understand, something beyond our control. And now it's all coming to an end." Lucy's confusion deepened. "What do you mean? What is happening to the town? Where did everyone go?" The sheriff sighed, looking around the empty streets with a sad, almost guilty expression. "This place, Dudleyville, is a place caught between worlds. It was built on something that should never have been. A force. A mistake. It was supposed to vanish long ago. But we didn't know. We couldn't know. All the people here, including myself, we were never meant to last. And now the time has come for it all to disappear. For this town and everyone in it to be forgotten. Lucy's heart pounded in her chest as she tried to comprehend his words. You're saying this is all just a mistake? We're all just a mistake. The sheriff nodded slowly. Yes, and the worst part is there's nothing we could do to stop it. The town's time is up. All that remains is the memory of it. And soon, even that will fade. Everything will be wiped away, just like it was never here in the first place. A chill ran through Lucy's veins as she struggled to accept what he was saying. But why me? Why am I here? Why can't I leave? The sheriff's eyes darkened. Because you're the last one who remembers, the last one who still holds a town in their mind. You'll be the last person to know that Dudleyville ever existed. A heavy silence fell between them as Lucy tried to process the enormity of his words. The sense of loss was overwhelming, and the pain of it gnawed at her insides. But what happens to me? She asked quietly, her voice trembling. What happens when the town is gone? When everything fades away? The sheriff didn't answer immediately. He stared off into the distance, his face shadowed with sorrow. Finally he spoke, his voice barely above a whisper. You'll forget, just like everyone else. The memories will slip away, like sand through your fingers. You'll go on, living your life, but you won't remember any of this. You won't remember Dudleyville. You won't remember the people who lived here. You'll only remember the emptiness. Lucy felt tears welling up in her eyes as the weight of his words sank in. She had come searching for answers, for some sort of closure. But what she was being told was something far worse. An ending, an erasure of everything she had known. I don't want to forget, she whispered, her voice breaking. I don't want to lose all of this. The sheriff gave her one last look, his eyes filled with a deep, painful understanding. I know, but it's too late. Dudleyville is already gone. It was never meant to be. And now you must go. Before Lucy could speak again, the sheriff turned and walked away, disappearing into the empty streets of the town. Lucy stood frozen, tears streaming down her face, her heart heavy with grief and confusion. And then, as if the town itself were calling her to forget, the darkness began to reclaim everything. The streets, the buildings, the memories, all began to fade before her eyes, blurring into a mist that swallowed the entire town. In moments, Dudleyville was gone. Only the whispers remained, fading into nothingness. Lucy took one last look around, and then she, too, was gone. But the town would never be remembered. It had never been there to begin with. Story 6. New York City. The city that never sleeps, a labyrinth of streets where dreams and nightmares collided, with a hum of the city echoed through its towering skyscrapers. But amidst the chaos of this never-ending city, there was one story, one tale, that had been whispered among the residents for generations. It was the tale of the Phantom Taxi. It started on one cold, rainy night in the heart of Manhattan, where the usual hum of the city felt muffled by the relentless downpour. The streets glistened under the yellow lights, slick with water, reflecting the chaos of the city in shimmering puddles. People rushed by with umbrellas, some huddled under awnings, others ducking into subway stations to escape the rain. But not everyone was trying to stay dry. Ella stood on the corner of 42nd Street, her hair plastered against her face as she struggled with the wind and rain. She had just finished a long day at work, and all she wanted was to get home. She had missed the last subway train, and her phone was nearly out of battery. She sighed in frustration, pulling her coat tighter around herself. She glanced up and down the street, her eyes scanning the usual sea of yellow taxis. There were a few cabs around, but none seemed to slow down. The rain made it difficult for drivers to see, and many passengers were already inside, keeping warm and dry. Ella pulled out her phone, tapping the screen, trying to summon an Uber, but the app was glitching. Of course, just her luck. She groaned and looked around again. It was well past midnight, and there were few people around, making it even harder to hail a taxi. Just then, a car turned the corner at the end of the street. It wasn't a typical yellow cab. This one was sleek, dark, almost unnaturally so. Ella's heart skipped a beat as the car slowed, its headlights illuminating the wet street. She stepped forward, her hand raised in a universal gesture of trying to hail a cab, though she wasn't sure why she was doing it. It wasn't like any other car she'd seen before, and she had no real reason to think it would stop for her. But somehow, the moment felt right. To her surprise, the car slowed, pulling to a stop directly in front of her. The door unlocked with a faint click, and the soft hum of the engine echoed in the silence of the night. The interior was dimly lit, and as Ella peered inside, she saw a man sitting in the driver's seat. His figure was indistinct, almost shadow-like, as if he were fading into the darkness. She hesitated for a moment, her instincts telling her that something wasn't quite right. But the rain was unrelenting and she was tired, so she opened the door and slipped inside. The warmth of the car hit her immediately, and she closed the door with a soft click, shaking the water from her coat. The man didn't speak. He merely nodded as she settled into the seat, and for some reason, that made her feel slightly uncomfortable. His face was obscured by the darkness, but she could see his features just enough to tell that he was middle-aged, dressed in a dark suit that seemed slightly out of place for the hour. His hands gripped the steering wheel tightly, his knuckles white against the leather. "Where to?" he asked in a voice that was low and gravelly, almost mechanical. Ella hesitated. "East 68th Street. My apartment's there." The man nodded without saying a word, and the car pulled away from the curb, gliding silently into the night. Ella settled back in her seat, trying to relax after the stressful night. As the car moved through the wet streets, she noticed that the city felt eerily quiet, like the sound of traffic and the usual hum of the city were being muffled by some unseen force. The rain tapped softly on windows, but other than that, there was an unsettling stillness. Ella looked out the window, watching as the buildings passed by, their lights blurred by the sheets of rain. She couldn't help but feel a growing sense of unease. Something about the driver, the way he hadn't spoken much, the way he didn't seem to acknowledge her presence, bothered her. She glanced at him again, trying to catch a glimpse of his face, but it was impossible to make out his features fully. His eyes were hidden in the shadows, his posture rigid and unwavering. The air in the car felt thick, like it was closing in around her. Ella's stomach twisted with unease, and she shifted uncomfortably in her seat. "Are you okay?" she asked, her voice tentative. "You seem a little off." The driver didn't respond at first, and Ella wondered if he had heard her. But then, after a long pause, he spoke. "I'm fine," he said, his voice still mechanical, as if it were being forced out of him. "You'll be fine, too." Ella's breath caught in her throat, and her heart skipped a beat. The words felt wrong, like they didn't belong. The phrase lingered in the air, heavy and ominous, and the car seemed to slow just slightly, almost as if it were waiting for something to happen. The streets outside seemed to grow darker, the buildings now mere shadows in the rain. Ella looked out the window again, trying to make sense of it all, but her gaze was met only by the blur of lights and shapes in the storm. The streets were completely empty, and there was an odd sense of disconnection. It was as though the city itself was shutting down, leaving her alone with the strange driver and his cryptic words. A sudden jolt of fear ran through her as she glanced back at the driver. His face was still hidden, but there was something about his posture, something that didn't seem right. The car seemed to glide over the slick roads, but it wasn't making the usual sounds of a typical New York taxi. There were no tires crunching over puddles, no revving of the engine. The car moved with strange, unnatural smoothness, almost as though it were floating above the ground. Ella's mind raced. What was going on? She looked down at her phone. No signal. The rain kept pouring, and her eyes were drawn to the eerie stillness of the streets, which were becoming increasingly desolate. Then, without warning, the car came to a sudden stop. Ella jolted in her seat as the car came to an abrupt stop. For a moment, she was disoriented, not quite sure what had happened. The stillness in the air was suffocating, and the soft hum of the engine faded into the background. She looked around, half expecting to see something unusual, but all she saw was the endless stretch of wet pavement, illuminated by the dim glow of the streetlights. The rain pounded on the windows with relentless force, but everything else seemed eerily still. She turned to the driver, who had not moved a muscle since she had entered the cab. His hands were still gripped tightly on the steering wheel, his posture unyielding. His face remained shrouded in shadow, though his eyes, if they were there, were completely invisible. There was something unnatural about the way he sat, as if he was not just a driver but a part of the very darkness that surrounded them. "Why did we stop?" Ella asked, her voice barely above a whisper. The driver didn't answer immediately. His eyes, those invisible eyes, seemed to fixate on the road ahead, and there was a sense of utter detachment about him. Then, finally, his gravelly voice cut through the silence. "This is where your ride ends." Ella's heart skipped a beat. The words were spoken so coldly, so matter-of-factly, that she shivered. Her mind raced. Had she somehow misunderstood the situation? Was she lost? They were still on a main street, but everything looked strange. It was as if the city had transformed before her eyes, becoming less familiar with each passing moment. "What do you mean?" she asked, her voice shaking now. "I'm supposed to be getting off at 68th Street. This isn't. This is where your ride ends," the driver repeated, his voice steady, unbothered by her growing panic. Ella frowned, her confusion mounting. She leaned forward, trying to get a better look at him, but all she saw was the shadow of his face, like an indistinct blur. Her pulse quickened as she reached for the door handle. "I don't understand," she muttered. "What's going on?" The door unlocked with a soft click, but before she could move, the driver turned his head slightly toward her, though his face remained hidden. His next words sent a chill down her spine. "You won't be going anywhere." "Not yet." Ella froze, the blood in her veins turning to ice. The air in the car thickened, and a low hum began to reverberate through the space, almost as if the car itself were alive, pulsing, waiting for something. The pressure in her chest increased, and she felt an overwhelming sense of dread settle over her. Her heart raced, and her instincts screamed at her to get out, to escape, but something held her there, paralyzed by fear. "What are you talking about?" she asked, her voice cracking. "Let me out of here." The driver didn't answer. Instead, the car began moving again, slowly at first, then faster, as if it had been waiting for her to stop resisting. Ella gripped the edge of her seat, her mind a blur of panic and confusion. The rain slashed against the windows, but the streets outside seemed to have changed. They weren't the same streets she had seen moments before. The buildings that had been familiar, lined with neon signs and flashing lights, were now gone. The streetlights flickered erratically, casting long shadows across the wet pavement. There was no sign of life, no pedestrians walking by, no cars in the distance. It was as if they were traveling through an entirely different world, one that existed somewhere between reality and nightmare. "What's happening?" she gasped, her voice rising with panic. "Where are we going?" "Don't worry," the driver said, his voice still calm, almost soothing. "You'll see soon enough." Ella's head spun. She looked out the window again, hoping for something familiar, but all she could see was an empty, desolate road that stretched on endlessly into the dark void. Her pulse pounded in her ears, and she began to feel as though she were losing her grip on reality. This couldn't be happening. It couldn't be real. But the unsettling stillness around her, the strange, unyielding calm in the driver's voice, the way the city had vanished. It was all too real. With trembling hands, she pulled out her phone again, but this time there was no signal, no bars, no connection. Her breath came in shallow gasps as she pressed the screen, desperately trying to reach someone, anyone. But the phone remained dead, offering no help, no escape. "Please," she whispered, clutching the phone in her hands as though it were a lifeline. "Where are we?" The driver didn't answer, but the car began to slow once again. It was as if the world outside had fallen away entirely, leaving nothing but darkness and the quiet hum of the engine. The car came to a stop at an intersection, if it could even be called that. The road ahead was empty, the street signs unreadable, and the buildings on either side were abandoned, their windows boarded up and covered in layers of grime. A thick fog had settled around the area, curling up from the pavement like the fingers of some unseen hand. It was suffocating, oppressive. The world felt as though it had collapsed into itself. Ella's mind raced as she looked around. Was this some sort of prank? A nightmare? Or something worse? Something far beyond anything she could comprehend? Before she could voice her thoughts, the driver spoke again, his voice almost tender, as though he were trying to comfort her. "This is your stop," he said quietly. Ella's eyes widened in fear. She had to get out. She had to leave before it was too late. But as she reached the door, she felt a sudden, icy coldness flood her body. The air inside the car seemed to freeze, and her fingers, which had once been trembling with anxiety, now felt stiff and numb. "Get out," the driver said again, his voice uncharacteristically stern. "You won't be needing your phone here." Ella froze. Her mind screamed at her to flee, but her body refused to obey. The door to the car swung open with an eerie creak, and for a split second, she thought she saw a figure standing outside, shrouded in the fog. But before she could make sense of it, the world around her seemed to blur, and her vision faded into darkness. The last thing she remembered was the soft sound of a door closing, the sound like the final breath of a person whose time had run out. When Ella's vision returned, she was no longer inside the taxi. The warmth of the car had vanished, replaced by a biting cold that seemed to gnaw at her skin. She blinked, trying to adjust to the sudden darkness around her. Her eyes struggled to focus, but she could make out the outline of a street sign in the distance. The faint glow of a street lamp barely illuminated the empty street where she stood, the fog swirling around her ankles like a cold mist from a forgotten world. She was alone. Her breath hitched as she glanced around. The taxi was nowhere to be seen, having dissolved into the thick fog that now enveloped her. The eerie stillness of the place felt unnatural, as though time itself had come to a standstill. There were no sounds of distant traffic, no voices, no footsteps, nothing but the oppressive silence that seemed to press in on her from all sides. The air smelled damp, old and musty, like a place that hadn't been touched in years. She pulled her coat tighter around her body, shivering despite the lack of wind. Her mind raced, trying to process what had happened. She had been in a taxi, but now she was standing in the middle of some unknown street, in some forgotten part of New York City. Had she fallen asleep? Was she dreaming? No, this felt far too real. Desperation clawed at her as she turned around, looking for some sign of life, some explanation, but the street remained deserted. Not a single soul in sight. The buildings around her, which had been familiar, were now warped and distorted, their edges jagged and darkened by time. Some of the windows were shattered, their broken glass glinting faintly in the dim light. Others were boarded up, as though the place had been abandoned long ago. Her mind flashed back to the moments before she had exited the taxi, how she had tried to reach for her phone, the cold that had suddenly filled the car, the driver's words that echoed in her ears. "This is your stop." It felt like a warning, like something had shifted, and she was now standing on the other side of reality. The fear began to creep back in, crawling up her spine as her heart started to race again. She had to get out. She had to find a way back to the real world. Ella started to walk, her footsteps soft on the wet pavement. But she felt as though each step she took was dragging her further away from the safety of what she knew. The fog grew thicker, the street lights more distant. She tried to retrace her steps, but every turn seemed to take her deeper into the unknown. No matter how far she walked, she could not find a way out. Suddenly, she froze. A shadow, no, a figure, appeared in the fog ahead of her. For a moment, she thought it was just her mind playing tricks on her. But as the figure grew clearer, she realized it was not just some figment of her imagination. It was a person, a man, standing still in the mist, staring directly at her. Her breath caught in her throat as she hesitated, unsure whether to approach or turn away. The man didn't move, didn't even acknowledge her presence. He was simply standing there, his posture stiff, his face shrouded in darkness. "Hello?" Ella called, her voice trembling. "Can you help me? Where am I?" The figure didn't respond. Instead, he slowly began to walk toward her, his pace deliberate and unsettlingly calm. Ella's heart pounded in her chest as the distance between them closed. He seemed almost unnatural. His movements were too stiff, like a marionette, his face obscured by the shadow of his hood. "Please," she begged, her voice desperate. "Where am I? What's going on?" The man did not speak. He simply continued to approach, his eyes hidden in the darkness of his hood. There was a strange, chilling aura about him, a sense that he was not human, or at least not in the way Ella understood. When he was mere feet away, Ella stumbled backward, fear flooding her senses. But the man reached out, his hand extending as though to guide her forward. He didn't say a word, but his presence was heavy, almost suffocating. Ella was frozen in place, her body unwilling to move, her mind screaming at her to run, but her legs refused to obey. "Stay with me," he whispered, his voice low and raspy, barely audible above the mist. Ella's heart pounded in her chest. His voice felt wrong, distorted, like something that had been scraped from the depths of the earth. She could feel the darkness around them thickening, like a blanket closing in on her. "No," she gasped, finally able to move. She spun around and began running, her breath coming in quick, panicked gasps. Her shoes slapped against the pavement as she sprinted, but every step she took seemed to take her further into the fog. The world around her was a blur, the streets twisting and shifting in unnatural ways, as though the very fabric of reality was bending under her feet. She could hear his footsteps behind her now, slow, deliberate, and getting closer with every passing second. "Stop." The voice called out again, this time louder and more commanding. "You can't run from what's already come." Ella's heart pounded in her chest as she ran faster, her legs aching with the effort. The figure was still pursuing her, but no matter how fast she ran, she couldn't escape the sensation that she was trapped in this place, in this nightmare. The mist began to swirl around her, choking off the light from the street lamps. She couldn't see anything anymore, just the overwhelming darkness closing in on all sides. Her breath came in shallow gasps and her vision blurred, her mind clouded with fear and confusion. Then, just as she thought she could run no longer, she stumbled and fell forward, her hands scraping against the cold ground. She gasped, trying to push herself up, but before she could, she heard something that made her blood run cold. The sound of a door opening, a car door. Ella's body went rigid as she slowly turned her head. There in the fog was the taxi. The same taxi that had picked her up hours ago. Or was it hours? It felt like days. The same man sat in the driver's seat, his face still shrouded in darkness, staring straight ahead, unmoving. The door to the car swung open slowly, creaking on its hinges. "Get in," the voice from the taxi said, a tone of finality that left no room for argument. Ella's heart raced, her mind screaming at her to run, to get as far away from that place as possible. But before she could even stand, The door slammed shut. The figure in the fog had vanished. Ella's breath was ragged as she looked at the taxi. The door still open, the interior inviting her to step inside. The fog swirled around her like a living thing, thickening with every passing second. The distant sound of someone, was barely audible in the background, like a whisper that echoed through the stillness. Her mind was a whirlwind of fear and confusion. Everything felt wrong. She had tried to escape. She had tried to outrun whatever nightmare this was. And yet, here she stood, once again staring at the taxi that seemed to be the only constant in this strange world. The street around her was entirely deserted, the shadows of the towering buildings looming like dark sentinels. She didn't know if it was the fog or something far more sinister, but the feeling that something was watching her, something that was always just beyond her reach, was overwhelming. "Get in," the voice in the taxi repeated, this time with a subtle edge of impatience, almost like command. It was the same voice, the same deep, unsettling timbre that had haunted her earlier. Ella's legs trembled beneath her, but the force of command seemed to paralyze her. She wanted to scream, to demand answers, but all that came out was a choked sob. She had no choice. With hesitant steps, Ella approached the taxi, her heart racing in her chest. Every instinct screamed at her to turn and run. But there was something else, something pulling her forward, as if she had no control over her own body. The door clicked open again, the interior of the car now a void, swallowing up the dim light of the street lamps above. She hesitated for just a moment before taking a deep breath and climbing inside. As soon as she did, the door slammed shut behind her, the sound of it echoing through the empty street. The interior of the taxi was eerily silent, and yet there was a weight to the stillness, a sense of foreboding that pressed in from every direction. The driver was sitting motionless in the front seat, his hands gripping the steering wheel. He didn't look at her. His face was hidden in shadow, his features indistinct, as though he were not fully human. The air inside the car felt colder than before, like an unnatural chill that seemed to seep into her bones. For a long moment, neither of them spoke. The only sound was the faint hum of the car's engine as it idled in the silence. Ella's mind raced, trying to piece together what was happening. Was this some kind of twisted dream? Or had she somehow stumbled into a nightmare from which she could never escape? The driver shifted slightly in his seat, and for the briefest of moments, Ella thought she saw his eyes, a pale, almost translucent blue, like the eyes of something not entirely alive. "Where are we going?" Ella asked, her voice barely a whisper, as if she feared the answer. The driver did not respond. Instead, the car began to move, its wheels turning silently on the wet pavement. They drove slowly, almost as if they were gliding, the city outside the windows blurring into the fog. Ella's heart pounded in her chest. She could feel her palms growing slick with sweat as she gripped the seat, her knuckles white from the pressure. She had to know what was happening. "Who are you?" she asked again, her voice trembling with fear. "What is this place?" The driver remained silent, but then, as if in response to her unspoken question, the faintest of smiles appeared on his lips, a smile that didn't reach his eyes, a smile that sent a chill crawling down her spine. "You know who I am," he said quietly, his voice strangely distant, as if coming from somewhere far away. "You've always known." The words hit Ella like a punch to the gut. She couldn't process them. She wanted to scream, to demand answers, but the car continued to move forward, its tires silently gliding over the slick road. The buildings outside the windows were no longer recognizable. They were warped and twisted, like something from a nightmare. The streets they were driving through were abandoned, empty, with no signs of life. It was as if the entire city had disappeared, leaving only the two of them in this dark, fog-shrouded world. A sense of unease settled over her, pressing down on her chest until it felt impossible to breathe. The longer she sat in the taxi, the more she felt that she was being pulled further into something she could not escape, a place beyond time and space, a place where the rules of reality no longer applied. "Where are we going?" she asked again, her voice barely audible. The driver didn't answer, but his smile widened, stretching across his face in a way that felt wrong. The smile seemed to twist, as though it were a mask hiding something far more sinister beneath. "We're almost there," he finally said, his voice low and cold. "Almost where?" Ella demanded, panic rising in her throat. The driver turned to look at her then, and for the first time, Ella saw his face clearly. His eyes, those pale, unsettling eyes, locked onto hers with an intensity that made her blood run cold. His skin was deathly pale, his features sharp and gaunt, as if his face had been stretched too tightly over his skull. "To the end," he whispered. Ella recoiled, her heart slamming against her chest as the car sped up, its tires screeching against the road. The city outside the window dissolved entirely, replaced by an endless expanse of blackness. The streets, the buildings, everything gone. It was as if they were driving into the abyss itself. She gasped for air, her pulse racing as the fog thickened around them. There was no way out, no escape. Then, just as quickly as it had started, the car screeched to a halt. The world outside was pitch black, not a single light in sight. The engine hummed softly, its vibrations vibrating through the seat beneath her. She felt a weight in the air, a heavy, suffocating presence that seemed to hang over her like a storm ready to break. The driver remained still, staring ahead. He didn't speak. He didn't move. "Get out," he said finally, his voice monotone, almost robotic. Ella's eyes widened in disbelief. "What?" "Get out," he repeated, his voice colder this time. "It's your stop." A chill ran down her spine. She didn't want to leave. She didn't want to face whatever waited for her outside the car. But deep down, she knew that this was it. She had no choice. Slowly, she opened the door and stepped out onto the cold, empty street. The air was thick with fog, and the silence around her was deafening. She turned back to look at the taxi, but it was already gone, disappearing into the mist. Ella stood alone in the darkness, her heart pounding in her chest, wondering if she would ever find her way back to reality, or if she was now a part of this eternal void, a forgotten passenger in a phantom taxi, forever driving through the night with no destination and no escape. The fog closed in around her, and the darkness swallowed her whole. Story 7. The cold, salty air hit the face of Edward O'Reilly as he stood at the foot of the lighthouse on that autumn evening. He had been the keeper for years, decades, in fact. It was a quiet, solitary job, one that required patience, attention to detail, and a deep respect for the sea. In Maine, along the jagged coast where the rocks jutted out like the gnarled fingers of some ancient creature, the lighthouse was a beacon of safety for passing ships, a reliable signal that promised safe passage through dangerous waters. But tonight, as he stood on the craggy shore, he felt uneasy. The winds were picking up, the waves crashing against the rocks below. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and seaweed. The gray clouds gathering ominously overhead. The horizon was disappearing into the murk, and the only sound was the rhythmic slap of the waves against the lighthouse base. Edward had done this job for too long not to know when something was wrong. It was instinct. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he looked at the lighthouse's towering structure, its beam of light cutting through the dense fog. He had no idea why, but something about tonight felt different, more oppressive, almost as if the world itself was holding its breath. His shift had started as usual, with the evening maintenance routine. The oil lamps had to be checked, the lens polished, and the machinery maintained. The light must never go out, not even in the most terrible of storms, for it was the only thing that stood between the ships and the relentless rocks below. But there was an unsettling stillness in the air, something that Edward couldn't shake. It wasn't just the weather, though the storm was certainly brewing. There was something else, something intangible lurking in the shadows. He felt it as soon as he entered the lighthouse. The stairs creaked beneath his boots as he climbed the winding staircase to the top of the lighthouse. It was a steep climb, a climb he had made hundreds of times before, but tonight his steps fell heavier. His mind wandered, his thoughts clouded by a strange sense of dread. At the top, he checked the machinery that powered the great light, ensuring the beacon would continue to turn through the storm. The lens was clean, the oil reservoirs full, and the beam strong. Still, Edward couldn't shake the feeling that something was out of place. He was alone. He always was, out here on this isolated stretch of Maine coastline. The nearest town was miles away, and the next keeper wasn't due until the following morning. Edward's job required solitude, and he had grown used to it over the years. In fact, he had come to cherish the peace and quiet, the rhythm of the ocean, and the freedom of being alone with his thoughts. But tonight, that solitude felt more like a prison. Outside, the wind howled against the windows, the waves crashing violently against the rocks below. Edward walked to the small window in the corner, watching the tempest rage outside. The lighthouse light swung around in its steady arc, slicing through the darkness. But even the light couldn't hold back the storm. And then, out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that made his heart skip a beat, a figure standing on the rocks below. At first, he thought it was just the wind playing tricks on him, a shadow, perhaps, cast by the intermittent flashes of light from the lighthouse. But then the figure moved. Edward froze. It wasn't the storm or the shifting light. There was something terribly wrong about that figure. It was standing still, facing the lighthouse, as if waiting. Edward's breath hitched and his eyes narrowed. It was a man, tall, dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by the rain and mist. But there was something odd about his posture. He was too still, too rigid. Edward's fingers gripped the window ledge. His instinct screamed at him to go down there, to check if the figure was in trouble, but a deep, gnawing feeling in his gut told him to stay put. The figure stood motionless, staring up at the lighthouse, its gaze fixed on the beam of light. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure turned and disappeared into the mist. A chill ran down Edward's spine. He had never seen anyone out there before, not in all the years he had served as a lighthouse keeper. The coast was treacherous, and people didn't venture this far out, especially not during a storm like this. His hands trembled slightly as he made his way to the door, stepping out into the wind and rain. The storm had intensified since he had last checked, and the waves were now crashing against the rocks with incredible force. The lighthouse light swung around, and for a moment, he thought he saw the figure again, but when he blinked, it was gone. He stood there for a few moments, the rain battering against him, the howling wind making it almost impossible to hear anything over the roar of the sea. But there was nothing, no figure, no sound. It was as if the man had never been there. Edward hesitated, his breath fogging in the cold air. Should he go out and search for the figure? Could he have imagined it? Or had he just seen someone who had gotten lost in the storm? But deep down, he knew it wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Something was happening tonight, something that went beyond the ordinary. He turned back toward the lighthouse, his instincts telling him to get inside, to return to the relative safety of the tower. But as he reached the door, he heard something that stopped him in his tracks. A whisper, a voice, soft and barely audible over the howling wind. Help! Edward's blood ran cold. The voice was faint, almost ghostly, as if it was coming from the very walls of the lighthouse itself. His heart pounded in his chest, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Help me? The voice came again, clearer this time. Edward felt his pulse quicken. The voice was unmistakable, and it seemed to be coming from inside the lighthouse, somewhere below him. His mind raced, wondering if there was anyone else on the island, someone who had gotten trapped in the storm. But how could that be? He was sure he had seen no one before. No boats, no visitors. The voice was now unmistakable, calling out for help from the depths of the lighthouse. Edward's heart was pounding in his chest as he rushed back inside, the echo of the voice still ringing in his ears. The staircase creaked under his feet as he hurried down, the sound of his boots muffled by the storm outside. The voice was getting louder, more frantic now. It came from the basement. Edward reached the bottom of the stairs and froze. The door to the basement was wide open. The voice was now louder, insistent. "Please, help. I'm down here." His mind screamed at him to turn back, to ignore it, but something deep within him, compelled him to move forward. With shaking hands, he took a step toward the open door. He wasn't alone in the lighthouse. Story 7. The cold, salty air hit the face of Edward O'Reilly as he stood at the foot of the lighthouse on that autumn evening. He had been a keeper for years, decades, in fact. It was a quiet, solitary job, one that required patience, attention to detail, and a deep respect for the sea. In Maine, along the jagged coast where the rocks jutted out like the gnarled fingers of some ancient creature, the lighthouse was a beacon of safety for passing ships, a reliable signal that promised safe passage through dangerous waters. But tonight, as he stood on the craggy shore, he felt uneasy. The winds were picking up, the waves crashing against the rocks below. The air was heavy with the scent of salt and seaweed, the gray clouds gathering ominously overhead. The horizon was disappearing into the murk, and the only sound was the rhythmic slap of the waves against the lighthouse base. Edward had done this job for too long not to know when something was wrong. It was instinct. The hairs on the back of his neck stood up as he looked at the lighthouse's towering structure, its beam of light cutting through the dense fog. He had no idea why, but something about tonight felt different, more oppressive, almost as if the world itself was holding its breath. His shift had started as usual, with the evening maintenance routine. The oil lamps had to be checked, the lens polished, and the machinery maintained. The light must never go out, not even in the most terrible of storms, for it was the only thing that stood between the ships and the relentless rocks below. But there was an unsettling stillness in the air, something that Edward couldn't shake. It wasn't just the weather, though the storm was certainly brewing. There was something else, something intangible, lurking in the shadows. He felt it as soon as he entered the lighthouse. The stairs creaked beneath his boots as he climbed the winding staircase to the top of the lighthouse. It was a steep climb, a climb he had made hundreds of times before, but tonight his steps fell heavier. His mind wandered, his thoughts clouded by a strange sense of dread. At the top, he checked the machinery that powered the great light, ensuring the beacon would continue to turn through the storm. The lens was clean, the oil reservoirs full, and the beam strong. Still, Edward couldn't shake the feeling that something was out of place. He was alone. He always was, out here on this isolated stretch of Maine coastline. The nearest town was miles away, and the next keeper wasn't due until the following morning. Edward's job required solitude, and he had grown used to it over the years. In fact, he had come to cherish the peace and quiet, the rhythm of the ocean, and the freedom of being alone with his thoughts. But tonight, that solitude felt more like a prison. Outside, the wind howled against the windows, the waves crashing violently against the rocks below. Edward walked to the small window in the corner, watching the tempest rage outside. The lighthouse light swung around in its steady arc, slicing through the darkness, but even the light couldn't hold back the storm. And then out of the corner of his eye, he saw something that made his heart skip a beat, a figure standing on the rocks below. At first, he thought it was just the wind playing tricks on him, a shadow, perhaps, cast by the intermittent flashes of light from the lighthouse. But then the figure moved. Edward froze. It wasn't the storm or the shifting light. There was something terribly wrong about that figure. It was standing still, facing the lighthouse, as if waiting. Edward's breath hitched and his eyes narrowed. It was a man, tall, dressed in dark clothing, his face obscured by the rain and mist. But there was something odd about his posture. He was too still, too rigid. Edward's fingers gripped the window ledge. His instinct screamed at him to go down there, to check if the figure was in trouble, but a deep, gnawing feeling in his gut told him to stay put. The figure stood motionless, staring up at the lighthouse, its gaze fixed on the beam of light. And then, just as quickly as it had appeared, the figure turned and disappeared into the mist. A chill ran down Edward's spine. He had never seen anyone out there before, not in all the years he had served as a lighthouse keeper. The coast was treacherous, and people didn't venture this far out, especially not during a storm like this. His hands trembled slightly as he made his way to the door, stepping out into the wind and rain. The storm had intensified since he had last checked, and the waves were now crashing against the rocks with incredible force. The lighthouse light swung around, and for a moment, he thought he saw the figure again, but when he blinked, it was gone. He stood there for a few moments, the rain battering against him, the howling wind making it almost impossible to hear anything over the roar of the sea. But there was nothing, no figure, no sound. It was as if the man had never been there. Edward hesitated, his breath fogging in the cold air. Should he go out and search for the figure? Could he have imagined it? Or had he just seen someone who had gotten lost in the storm? But deep down, he knew it wasn't just a figment of his imagination. Something was happening tonight, something that went beyond the ordinary. He turned back toward the lighthouse, his instincts telling him to get inside, to return to the relative safety of the tower. But as he reached for the door, he heard something that stopped him in his tracks. A whisper, a voice, soft and barely audible over the howling wind. Help! Edward's blood ran cold. The voice was faint, almost ghostly, as if it was coming from the very walls of the lighthouse itself. His heart pounded in his chest, and the hairs on the back of his neck stood on end. Help me! The voice came again, clearer this time. Edward felt his pulse quicken. The voice was unmistakable, and it seemed to be coming from inside the lighthouse, somewhere below him. His mind raced, wondering if there was anyone else on the island, someone who had gotten trapped in the storm. But how could that be? He was sure he had seen no one before. No boats, no visitors. The voice was now unmistakable, calling out for help from the depths of the lighthouse. Edward's heart was pounding in his chest as he rushed back inside, the echo of the voice still ringing in his ears. The staircase creaked under his feet as he hurried down, the sound of his boots muffled by the storm outside. The voice was getting louder, more frantic now. It came from the basement. Edward reached the bottom of the stairs and froze. The door to the basement was wide open. The voice was now louder, insistent. Please, help! I'm down here. His mind screamed at him to turn back, to ignore it, but something deep within him, compelled him to move forward. With shaking hands, he took a step toward the open door. He wasn't alone in the lighthouse. The voice from the basement echoed again, this time more desperately. Help me, please. It's so cold. The chilling tone sent a shiver down Edward's spine, though the air around him felt inexplicably warmer. He swallowed hard, tried to push down the rising fear in his chest. With hesitant steps, he approached the door to the basement. It stood ajar, creaking slightly as the wind outside raged against the lighthouse. The faint smell of dampness mixed with the salty scent of the ocean. Edward peered into the darkness beyond the door, but all he could see was the black void of the basement stairs. The voice came again, a faint, broken whisper. I need your help before it's too late. A heavy knot twisted in Edward's stomach. There was something deeply wrong here. He had been a lighthouse keeper for decades, and he had never heard anything like this before. The isolation, the eerie sounds, none of it fit into the normal rhythms of life on the coast. His mind raced, his instincts warning him to leave the basement door closed, to forget the voice. But, like a moth to a flame, His curiosity overpowered his fear. He stepped forward, slowly, and as he did, the air grew colder, the dampness intensifying. The whispering voice seemed to pull at him, urging him closer. Edward didn't want to enter the basement, but the voice was compelling. It wasn't just a cry for help. It was something far more insistent, more desperate, something almost pleading. His breath visible in the cold air, Edward stepped inside. The basement stairs were old. They were worn and creaking under his weight. The scent of mildew and rot hung in the air, thick and suffocating. As he descended into the darkness, the hairs on the back of his neck stood up. The sound of his boots hitting the steps reverberated in the narrow, stone-walled space, and for a brief moment, he thought he heard something else, a low, grinding sound, like chains being dragged across the floor. Edward paused, a chill running down his spine. But before he could turn back, the voice came again, even louder this time. "Please help me." It sounded so close now, so near as if the person or whatever was right there in front of him. The sense of dread in his gut intensified, but his feet kept moving down the stairs. With each step, the air grew colder, and the darkness seemed to press in on him. He could barely make out the edges of the room at the bottom of the stairs, the shadows swallowing everything in sight. When he reached the bottom, Edward reached out, his hand trembling as he fumbled for the light switch. His fingers brushed the cold metal of the switch, and with a flick, the light buzzed to life, casting an eerie glow over the basement. What he saw sent a wave of horror crashing through his chest. There was no one there. The basement was empty. The shelves, the crates, the old fishing gear, everything was in its usual place, just as it should be. The walls were lined with mildew-stained wood, and the air smelled musty, but there was no one. The voice had stopped. Edward felt his heart pounding in his throat, the disorienting sensation of being watched creeping over him. He scanned the room quickly, his eyes darting from one corner to the other. The basement was a small, cramped space. The voice had sounded so real, so close, but now the room was silent. The only sound was his own breathing, ragged and fast, echoing in the damp air. His breath fogged in the cold space, and his pulse thundered in his ears. He took a tentative step forward, glancing toward the far corner, where a few rusted chains hung loosely from the wall. The chains were old, some of them coated in a thick layer of dust, as if they hadn't been used in years. But then, as his eyes swept across the corner of the room, something caught his attention. A small, rectangular object was partially hidden behind a stack of crates. It looked like a book, ancient, worn, with a dark leather cover. A chill ran down Edward's spine as he approached it, his gut telling him to turn away, to leave the room, but he couldn't resist. The book was covered in dust, its leather binding cracked with age. Edward reached down and picked it up, his fingers trembling. As soon as his fingers brushed the surface of the book, a strange sensation washed over him. A cold, almost electric jolt that made him drop the book onto the floor with clatter. The air shifted. The whispers came again. "Please, you have to stop. It's too late. You're too late." The voice was no longer distant. It was inside the basement, surrounding him, pressing in from every angle. It seemed to come from all around him, rising in volume and desperation. Edward's heart raced. He backed away from the book, his breath shallow, his body frozen in fear. He could feel the oppressive weight of something ancient, something evil, in the air around him. The floorboards groaned underfoot, and the walls seemed to close in on him. "Leave! Leave while you still can." The voice rasped, almost a growl now. The air turned frigid, and Edward could see his breath forming in front of him. Suddenly, the light above flickered and went out. A suffocating darkness enveloped the basement. Edward's pulse skyrocketed as his hands trembled in the inky blackness, unable to see anything at all. His mind raced. What had just happened? Where had the light gone? He felt around blindly, his fingers brushing the cold stone walls. The voice was growing louder now, the words jagged and incoherent. It's already begun. You should never have come here. Too late. The weight of the air pressed harder on him as he stumbled toward the staircase, his footsteps clumsy and panicked. As his hand reached for the bottom of the stairs, something touched his shoulder. A cold, clammy hand. Edward whipped around, his heart hammering in his chest. But there was nothing except the darkness and a whispering voice that had now become a cacophony of desperate wails. The room seemed to stretch, as if the basement itself was expanding, growing more and more suffocating. He could no longer breathe, the air thick with fear. Edward, it wasn't a whisper anymore. It was his name, clear, malevolent, and the voice came from right behind him. The pressure in his chest intensified as he bolted for the stairs, his legs heavy with terror, his breath ragged. As he reached the stairs, he could hear it, footsteps rising behind him, climbing. Each step felt like an eternity. His pulse echoed in his ears, but as he reached the top, he felt a sharp chill grip his body. He reached for the door to the lighthouse, but it slammed shut in his face, the force knocking him back. The air grew cold, too cold. Edward's heart pounded in his chest, a frantic drumbeat that seemed to echo in the confined space of the lighthouse. He shoved at the door, but it wouldn't budge, locked from the inside. Panic surged through him as he pulled with all his strength, his fingers slipping in the cold sweat of his palms. The whispers grew louder, more insistent, filling his ears with static-like buzz. Edward, we're waiting for you to come back. He froze. The voice was no longer the distant, pleading sound had been. It was personal now. His name echoed in the darkness, reverberating through the cold, empty air like a command. His thoughts raced. He knew the lighthouse well. The door to the basement was locked from the outside, and there was no way anyone could be in the lighthouse without his knowledge. Yet the voice was so real, so visceral, that it paralyzed him with fear. The room felt smaller. The walls, which had always felt sturdy and reliable, now seemed to constrict, closing around him. Edward turned, desperate to find a way out, but his eyes fell on the cold, narrow staircase leading up to the top of the lighthouse. The spiraling steps loomed above him, a shadowy spiral stretching into the unknown. His instincts screamed for him to run, to escape, to get as far away as possible from whatever was happening, but something deeper urged him to climb. He wasn't sure why, but he knew, deep in his gut, that the answers were at the top. The whispers grew more desperate, pleading, "Don't go up, Edward. Stay with us. We'll be together forever." The walls seemed to pulse with the sound of those words, reverberating through every inch of the room. Edward could feel the cold seeping deeper into his bones, an unnatural chill that gnawed at him like icy fingers. His breath caught in his throat as he looked at the darkened doorway leading to the narrow staircase. Each step seemed to draw him in. He couldn't ignore the pull. Slowly, his feet carried him toward the stairs, his legs shaking with the strain. Each step creaked under his weight, the old wood groaning in protest as if it, too, were alive and aware. His mind screamed for him to turn back, but the whispers were now a cacophony, swirling around him like a storm. "Come to us, Edward. It's too late to leave." He reached the top of the staircase, the air growing colder with each step, the voice now just behind him, like a breath on his neck. Edward reached for the lantern on the table at the top of the stairs. He fumbled for a match, his hand shaking, and with a quick strike, a small flame flickered to life. The dim light revealed the circular room at the top of the lighthouse, its walls lined with dusty windows that looked out over the vast, pitch-black ocean below. As the flame caught, the shadows seemed to retreat, but something was wrong. The room was not as he remembered. The walls were covered in dark, damp stains, and the windows were cracked, their glass fogged with what looked like years of neglect. The beam of light from the lantern flickered in the darkness, casting eerie, elongated shadows against the walls. And then he saw it. At the far end of the room, near the large, rusted lens of the lighthouse, was a figure. It was too still, too silent. A man stood there, his back to Edward, facing the window. His features were obscured by the darkness, but the figure was unmistakably there, tall, thin, and shrouded in a heavy coat that billowed as if caught in an unseen wind. The figure turned slowly, almost languidly, until it faced Edward. Its face was hidden in the shadows of the hood, but its eyes, there was something in those eyes. Empty, hollow, cold. Edward's throat tightened, and for a moment he could not move, could not breathe. It was as if the very air in the room had thickened, pressing against him with an unbearable weight. His legs trembled, but still he couldn't tear his gaze away from the figure. Who are you?" Edward managed to whisper, his voice barely audible. The figure did not respond. It simply stood there, motionless, its presence so overwhelming that it felt as if the very room had come alive with it. The whispers rose again, louder this time, more intense. They seemed to come from all directions, surrounding him, as though the walls themselves were alive with sound. Edward, the figure took a step forward. Its footfalls were eerily silent on the wooden floor, but the air shifted with its movement, thickening like fog. The figure was close now, too close, and Edward could feel an overwhelming sense of dread washing over him, like something ancient and malevolent was pushing against his chest. He took a step back, his heart racing, his mouth dry. The figure's face remained obscured, but Edward could feel its gaze, burning into him, a pressure like invisible hands wrapping around his throat. "Please," Edward gasped. "What do you want from me?" The figure lifted its hand slowly, and Edward flinched, expecting a blow. But instead, the figure pointed toward the lighthouse lens. His hand hovered in the air, as if beckoning Edward to look. Edward's gaze followed the motion, and as he did, the beam of light from the lantern illuminated the large, curved glass. And then he saw it, a reflection. It wasn't his own. The reflection was that of a man, tall, with dark, sunken eyes and an expression frozen in terror. He was dressed in an old-fashioned coat, similar to the one the figure wore. But this man, this reflection, was not standing still. He was running for his life, his face twisted in fear. The light seemed to distort, warping around the edges of the image. Suddenly, the reflection jerked toward Edward's own face, its eyes wide and pleading. The light flickered again, and then it vanished. Edward's pulse skyrocketed. His mind reeled, unable to comprehend what he had just witnessed. Was he seeing things? Had the isolation finally driven him mad? Or was this something far more sinister? The figure stood there, silent once more. The room had grown deathly quiet, the whispers now completely gone, as if the air had sucked out all sound. Edward turned back toward the figure, and in that moment, he realized something that made his blood run cold. The figure wasn't human. It had never been human. Its eyes, those deep hollow voids, were not eyes at all. They were windows. Windows to something darker, something ancient. And just like that, Edward knew the truth. This wasn't a place of safety. It was a prison. And the figure, the keeper of the lighthouse, had not disappeared. He had been waiting. And now, Edward was the new keeper. Edward could feel his heart racing in his chest, his breast shallow, as though the very air was thickening around him. He had been caught in something far darker than he could ever imagine, a presence that seemed to stretch back through the very fabric of time itself. The figure before him, once so silent and still, had now become a terrifying enigma. Its hollow gaze locked on him like a predator waiting for its prey to make the wrong move. The room was suffocating. The once familiar light of the lantern flickered wildly as if it, too, were trying to escape the crushing atmosphere. The floor beneath Edward's feet felt like it was shifting, the walls closing in around him. He could barely hear his own thoughts over the pounding of his heart. Was he dreaming? Was he trapped in some twisted version of reality? The questions raced through his mind, but every attempt to form an answer was drowned out by the oppressive silence. Edward, the voice echoed through the room, hollow and empty. It was a figure speaking now, its tone deep, resonant, and impossible to ignore. Edward, it's your turn now. Edward's blood ran cold at the words. His body froze, unwilling to move, unable to process what was happening. His mind screamed for him to run, to break free from whatever supernatural grip held him captive. But his legs betrayed him, rooted to the spot, as though the lighthouse itself had claimed him, its walls and floors binding him to this cursed fate. The figure in the dark corner of the room took a step forward, its presence now overwhelming. It was taller than it ever imagined, its shape seemingly stretching, growing, as though it was no longer bound by the rules of the physical world. Edward could feel the temperature in the room drop further, his breath now visible in the air, a freezing mist filling the room as the darkness seemed to seep into his bones. The figure was still silent, but its eyes, those hollow, vacant eyes, were filled with something, understanding. And in that brief, terrifying moment, Edward understood the truth that had eluded him all these years. The lighthouse keeper, the man who had vanished all those years ago, had never truly left. The lighthouse itself was a prison, an eternal cycle of torment and isolation. And now, Edward was trapped in the same nightmare. His heart hammered in his chest as he struggled to breathe. The figure took another step, its hand reaching out toward him, long, skeletal fingers outstretched. Edward felt a chill radiate from its touch, an unnatural cold that pierced his skin and froze his very soul. "Join us, Edward," the figure whispered, its voice now an overwhelming chorus in his mind. "You were always meant to be here, just like the others." The words cut through him like a knife. It was true. He had known this lighthouse too well, its creaks and groans, its hidden spaces and corridors. But there was more to it than that, more than the isolation, more than the endless nights spent in the dim light of the lantern. The lighthouse was a place of death, a place of endless suffering. The air grew thicker, the walls seeming to pulse in time with his heartbeat. Edward's vision blurred as the room began to warp. The shadows seemed to twist and bend, forming shapes and figures that weren't there before. Faint, ghostly images flickered in the corners of his eyes, dark shapes, distorted faces, stretching limbs. The whispers were back. But this time, they were no longer just words. They were images, memories, voices from the past, all crashing together in a whirlwind of images that Edward could not escape. The images of past keepers, men who had long since vanished, flashed in his mind, each one distorted, their faces contorted in fear and agony. They had all become part of the lighthouse, trapped in an eternal cycle of torment. "Please," Edward gasped, his voice hoarse, barely audible over the growing cacophony in his mind. "I don't want this." But it was too late. The figure took another step, and Edward felt his body seize up, the cold and pressure overwhelming him. His vision narrowed, everything turning to black. He felt as though his very soul was being pulled from his body, dragged into the darkness of the lighthouse, into the same fate as all those who had come before him. Then, with a final, shuddering breath, the world around him went completely silent. When Edward woke, he wasn't sure how much time had passed. The room was no longer dark, but bathed in the dim light of the lantern. The air was still cold, but the oppressive presence that had filled the room had vanished. He felt disoriented, his mind struggling to grasp what had just happened. But as he sat up and looked around, his heart sank. The room was the same, yet it wasn't. The dust that had once settled thick on the furniture was now disturbed, the walls less imposing, less threatening. There were no strange figures lurking in the shadows, no haunting whispers. But something had changed. As his eyes adjusted to the light, he noticed something faint on the floor, a pair of footprints leading from the door to the lantern, as though someone had walked through the room in the past few moments. They were fresh, but Edward had not heard anyone enter. He was completely alone. And then, in a flash of horrifying realization, he understood. The footprints were his. They led to the lantern, but they did not lead away. Edward stood up, his knees weak. He couldn't stay here. Not anymore. The lighthouse, the figure, the voices. He had been consumed by them. He was a part of it now. There was no escape. But before he could take another step, he heard it. The sound of the door behind him creaking open. A figure stepped inside. Edward turned, his breath catching in his throat. But the figure was no longer shadow. It was him. The same clothes, the same look, the same hollow, empty eyes. The other Edward smiled. "You're late," he said softly, his voice a mere whisper, but the words carried the weight of centuries. And as the lighthouse's light cast its beam out across the sea, the door slammed shut behind them, sealing them both within the confines of the cursed lighthouse forever. Story 8. The Sleepy Hollow Motel stood at the edge of a small, nondescript town, hidden away on a quiet stretch of highway, the sort of place you only found if you were desperate for rest in the middle of a long road trip. Its faded neon sign flickered dimly in the dark, casting an eerie glow on the cracked pavement beneath. The building itself was aging, with peeling paint on the exterior and windows that seemed perpetually streaked with grime, no matter how often they were cleaned. For most, it was just a place to sleep for the night, nothing more. But for a select few, it became something far worse, a nightmare they couldn't escape. The motel's reputation had slowly spread over the years, whispered from one traveler to the next. They spoke of an unnatural chill that hung in the air, an uncomfortable stillness that would creep over you the moment you stepped through the door. And if you stayed long enough, you would experience something worse, something that would haunt you in ways no one could understand. It wasn't long before these stories started to gain traction. Guests began checking in, one by one, hoping for a simple night's sleep, only to leave with hollow eyes shaken to their core. They never stayed for a second night, and no one ever asked why. There was something about the place, a presence that loomed, invisible but ever-present. It was as if the building itself had been waiting for something, some presence from the darkness to seep in and fill the empty spaces with a terror that couldn't be explained. One crisp autumn evening, a weary traveler named Jacob pulled into the parking lot of the Sleepy Hollow Motel. He had been on the road for hours, and though he was tired, he wasn't keen on pushing further. The low hum of his car's engine had begun to lull him into a daze, and the winding highway had seemed endless. His eyes had started to blur with the fatigue, so when he saw the flickering neon sign, he decided it was time to stop. He had no idea what he was walking into. Jacob stepped out of the car, stretching his stiff legs as the cool night air hit him. His breath formed small clouds in front of his face as he made his way to the entrance. The building loomed before him, tall and silent, its windows dark and uninviting. The motel's reception area was dimly lit, the fluorescent light buzzing overhead, casting long shadows across the worn wooden counter. Behind the desk stood a man who looked as though he had been there for decades. His hair was thin and graying, his eyes tired, yet his smile was oddly welcoming. "Good evening, sir. Checking in for the night?" Jacob nodded, glancing around the small, dimly lit room. The air inside was stale, the scent of old carpet and something musty hanging in the corners. Despite the unsettling atmosphere, Jacob just wanted bed, somewhere to rest his head for the night. He was tired, exhausted really from a long drive. "I'll take a room for the night," Jacob said, his voice quiet as he set his bag down on the counter. The man behind the desk handed him a key without a word, his smile never faltering. "Room 7, he said softly, his voice barely audible. "You'll find it at the end of the hall." Jacob took the key, noting the strange way the man's eyes lingered on him, as if studying him. But he didn't think too much of it. He had been on the road too long to care about strange behaviors. Grabbing his bag, He made his way down the dimly lit hallway, the sound of his footsteps echoing in the silence. Room 7. The door creaked open when he tried it, the hinges groaning in protest. Inside, the room was small but clean enough. A single bed covered with faded quilt, a nightstand with a lamp that flickered slightly when switched on, and a small bathroom off to the side. The room felt cold, colder than it should have been, and Jacob couldn't shake the feeling that something was off, but he was too tired to think about it. He tossed his bag on the bed and sank into the pillows, the softness of the mattress comforting after hours of driving. For a moment, it felt as though the weight of the world had been lifted from his shoulders. The exhaustion was starting to catch up with him, and before he knew it, his eyes fluttered closed, the gentle hum of the motel's old air conditioning lulling him into sleep. It didn't take long for Jacob's peaceful slumber to take a disturbing turn. He woke in the dead of night, his body drenched in sweat, his heart racing. Something wasn't right. The room felt colder than before, the air thick and suffocating, as if the very walls were closing in on him. He sat up quickly, blinking in the darkness, trying to make sense of the strange sensation that had overtaken him. At first, he thought he had just woken up from a bad dream, but then he saw it. A tall, dark shadow stood at the foot of his bed. It was tall, unnaturally so, and had a vaguely human shape, but it was distorted. It seemed to move, shifting and stretching, as though it wasn't bound by the same rules of reality that governed everything else. Jacob could make out no features, just a black mass that seemed to absorb the light around it. A chill ran through him, colder than anything he had ever felt. His breath caught in his throat and his chest tightened. He wanted to scream, but his mouth was dry, his voice trapped in his throat. The figure did not move, but Jacob could feel its presence, as if it were waiting for something. Then it happened. The shadow seemed to drift closer, its form shifting in the dark. Jacob's eyes widened as he felt the sensation of something wrapping around his throat, an invisible hand tightening around his neck. He tried to gasp for air, his lungs burning, but it was as though the very atmosphere had thickened, making it impossible to breathe. The shadow hovered above him, its presence pressing down on him, suffocating him. His body convulsed as he struggled against the pressure, his vision beginning to blur at the edges. Just when he thought he would pass out from the lack of oxygen, the pressure eased for a moment, and the figure seemed to withdraw. Jacob gasped for air, his body trembling, but when he looked up again, the shadow was gone. He sat there for a long moment, his breath ragged, trying to comprehend what had just happened. He didn't know whether it had been a hallucination, a nightmare, or something much worse. His eyes scanned the room, but there was no sign of the figure, no shadow in the corners. His head spun, his heart still pounding in his chest. Was he going crazy? He didn't know what to think, but he was certain of one thing. The Sleepy Hollow Motel was no ordinary place, and whatever that shadow was, it wasn't going to let him leave. Jacob sat frozen in the bed, staring at the empty corners of the room. His mind raced, trying to process what had just happened. Was it a nightmare? A product of exhaustion, perhaps? But no. He was wide awake, his heart still racing, the feeling of suffocation lingering in his chest. He had never felt so terrified in his life. His skin crawled, and the air seemed thicker, almost suffocating in a way he couldn't explain. After several long minutes, Jacob gathered the strength to stand, though his legs felt weak beneath him. His mind screamed at him to leave, to pack up and drive away, but his body remained rooted in place, unsure of how to move. The motel was eerily quiet, save for the low hum of the air conditioner, which now seemed to be louder than ever, as if it too were trying to drown out the oppressive silence. He shakily reached for the door, his fingers trembling as they brushed against the cool metal of the doorknob. The coldness seemed to spread through his hand, sending a shiver up his spine. He took a deep breath, pushing the door open and stepping out into the hallway. His pulse quickened as he walked down the dim corridor, his eyes darting from side to side, half expecting the shadowy figure to appear once more. But the hallway was empty. Reluctantly, Jacob made his way to the reception area, hoping for some answers. He wasn't sure what he was expecting. The strange man who had checked him in earlier was nowhere to be found. The receptionist's desk was empty, and the lights were flickering weakly overhead. The place felt like a ghost town, silent and abandoned. Just as he was about to turn back, a soft creak echoed from the back of the office, and a figure stepped out from behind the door. It was the old man who had checked him in earlier. His face was pale and drawn, his eyes sunken as though he had been awake for far too long. There was something about the way he looked at Jacob, something that made Jacob's skin prickle. "You're up late," the old man said in a gravelly voice, his words slow and deliberate. "Couldn't sleep, could you?" Jacob nodded, his throat tight as he tried to form words. I saw something in my room. A shadow, a figure. It was suffocating me." The old man's eyes flickered, a faint smile tugging at the corners of his lips. "Ah, so it found you too," he muttered, more to himself than to Jacob. "It's been a while since it's claimed a guest. You're not the first to see it." Jacob frowned, his mind racing with confusion and fear. "What is it? What was that thing?" The old man sighed heavily, shuffling over to the desk and sitting down with a grunt. He looked older than Jacob had first realized, as though the weight of years, no, decades, had caught up with him in a matter of minutes. "It's a curse," the old man said, his voice lowering as if the very air itself might be listening. "The motel's been here longer than anyone can remember, and every so often the shadow man comes. He finds someone to haunt, someone who stays too long." Jacob took a step back, his heart hammering in his chest. "What do you mean? Too long? People stay here all the time." The old man's gaze grew distant, as though he were remembering something painful. "Not all of them leave." Jacob's stomach twisted, unease creeping up his spine like ice. "What happens to them?" "Some say they vanish. Others, they say the shadow man drags them into their dreams, haunts them until they can't tell where the dream ends and reality begins. It doesn't always happen right away. It's like a slow burn, building up to something terrible." The old man's voice quivered slightly as he spoke. "And once the shadow man marks you, you can't leave. You can't run. You're his." Jacob swallowed hard, his throat dry. "Why haven't you left then?" The old man looked at him with hollow eyes, a deep sadness in his expression. "I can't. I'm bound to this place, same as everyone who works here. We serve, we stay, and we wait. The shadow man doesn't let us go. We're part of the story." Jacob's mind reeled. He couldn't understand. None of this made sense. He had come here looking for a simple night's rest, but now he was trapped in a nightmare that no one seemed to be able to explain. The old man's cryptic warnings only deepened his fear. "Is there any way to stop it?" Jacob asked, desperation creeping into his voice. "Anything I can do?" The old man was silent for a long moment. His gaze seemed to grow more distant, as if he were seeing something Jacob couldn't. "Maybe, but that's not for you to decide." Jacob didn't understand, but he didn't have time to question the man further. The air around him grew heavier, more oppressive. Something told him that the shadow was still out there, waiting for him. He needed to leave. He needed to get away from this place before it was too late. "I don't know what's going on here," Jacob muttered, stepping away from the desk. "But I'm not staying." The old man didn't stop him. He just watched, his eyes dark and resigned. "It doesn't matter," he whispered, barely audible. "You can't leave?" Jacob didn't look back. He turned and ran, his footsteps echoing down the empty hallway, his heart pounding in his chest. He didn't know if he could escape, if it was even possible, but he had to try. He had to get out of that place before the shadow consumed him like it had so many others. He reached the door, his fingers fumbling with the handle, desperate to escape the darkness that loomed just behind him. But as soon as he opened it, He froze. The night outside was still. The parking lot was empty, and the car that had brought him here was gone. The shadow man had already found him. Jacob stood motionless in the doorway, his heart sinking into his stomach. The parking lot was bathed in a sickly glow from the flickering streetlight, and yet it seemed eerily quiet. The sound of the night, the chirping of crickets, the distant hum of cars from the highway, was gone. All he could hear was the pounding of his own heart in his ears, louder with each passing second. He stepped out of the doorway, still unable to comprehend the gravity of what he was experiencing. He looked around the motel's dilapidated exterior, searching for any sign of movement. There was no one, no lights in the rooms, no movement from the shadows. Everything was still, as though time itself had stopped. His mind raced with the old man's words. "You can't leave. You're his." What did that even mean? He had to leave. He had to escape before the shadow claimed him. Without thinking, Jacob hurried to his car, his breath quick and shallow. His keys were in his pocket, the cold metal pressing against his skin like a reminder that he still had control, that he could still escape. He reached for the door handle, his fingers trembling, but as soon as he touched it, he stopped. There was something wrong. He couldn't explain it. It was a feeling, a cold shiver running down his spine, a sense of wrongness that gnawed at him like a constant pull. The air around him felt thicker, the darkness deeper. The parking lot, once a safe haven, now felt like a trap. He glanced behind him, half expecting to see the shadow, but there was nothing, just the empty, hollow spaces between the buildings. Jacob shook his head, trying to force the thoughts away. He had to get out of here. He couldn't afford to stay another minute. But as his hand gripped the car door handle again, a cold gust of wind swept to the parking lot, sending a chill through his bones. He froze, his breath catching in his throat as a figure slowly materialized from the shadows. The figure was tall, its form casting a long, distorted silhouette against the flickering streetlights. The outline of a man, no, not a man, not exactly. Jacob couldn't make out any specific features, but there was something about the shape, the way it seemed to bend and twist unnaturally, that made his blood run cold. It was him, the shadow man. Jacob stumbled backward, his eyes wide with fear, his body paralyzed by the overwhelming terror that gripped him. The figure moved toward him slowly, silently, its presence filling the space between them like an invisible weight. It didn't walk. It glided, as though its feet never touched the ground, its form shifting and undulating like a shadow stretching too far. Run, Jacob thought, but the word felt like a distant memory. His legs refused to move, his mind clouded with fear. He couldn't breathe, he couldn't scream. It was as if the world had stopped, leaving only him and the figure in this moment of suffocating terror. The figure reached him, standing a few feet away now, its presence somehow more powerful the closer it came. Jacob could feel the cold, the darkness, pressing in around him, consuming him. His skin tingled as if the air itself were alive with malevolent energy. And then it happened. The figure's form flickered, as if it were made of smoke, and for just a split second, Jacob could see its eyes, two glowing empty pits, blacker than the night itself. A voice, low and whispering, slithered into his mind, sending a shock of pure fear through his veins. "Not leaving," it hissed. Before Jacob could react, the figure lunged forward, its hands reaching for him, cold fingers brushing against his skin. The sensation was unlike anything he had ever felt, icy, as if his very soul were being pulled into the darkness. He gasped for air, but his chest constricted, as if the air itself were being stolen from him. It was suffocating, and Jacob knew then he wasn't going to escape. But just as quickly as it had all begun, the figure retreated, disappearing back into the shadows. The air around Jacob suddenly lightened, the weight lifting from his chest. He gasped, his body trembling violently from the shock of what had just happened. He felt as though he had narrowly escaped death, but deep down, he knew it wasn't over. The shadow wasn't gone. It was still there, watching him, waiting. With shaking hands, Jacob fumbled for his keys again, his mind racing. He had to get out. There was no other option. His fingers slid over the cold metal of the keys as he desperately unlocked the car door and scrambled inside, slamming it shut behind him. The engine roared to life, and Jacob didn't hesitate. He slammed his foot down on the accelerator, the tires screeching against the cracked pavement as he sped out of the parking lot. His heart pounded in his chest, his hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that his knuckles turned white. As he drove, the headlights cutting through the darkness, Jacob dared a glance in the rear-view mirror. The parking lot was empty, but something inside him told him the truth. The shadow man was still there, following him, waiting for the right moment to strike again. Jacob couldn't stop shaking. His hands gripped the steering wheel with a death-like intensity as he sped down the road, the motel now far behind him. His foot pressed down harder on the gas pedal, urging the car to move faster, but no matter how fast he went, the feeling of unease gnawed at him from within. The image of the shadowy figure, its glowing, empty eyes, was burned into his mind, a horrific reminder of what he had narrowly escaped. The radio hummed softly in the background, an eerie contrast to the pounding in his chest. The road stretched out before him, dark and endless, with no signs of life, no towns, no other vehicles. It was as though the world itself had shut down, leaving him alone with his thoughts and the ghost of the motel. But then, as the minutes dragged on, something strange began to happen. At first it was subtle, a flicker of movement in the corner of his eye, like something shifting just out of sight. Jacob quickly glanced to his left, but the only thing he saw was the stretch of trees lining the highway, their silhouettes indistinguishable from the night. He breathed a sigh of relief, chalking it up to the paranoia that had taken root in his mind. But then, the sensation grew stronger. Jacob's heart skipped a beat as a sudden chill swept through the car, so intense that it felt as if the temperature had dropped 20 degrees in an instant. He glanced toward the passenger seat, his breath coming in shallow gasps. The seat next to him was empty. Still, he couldn't shake the feeling that something was there, that someone was watching him from the dark corners of the vehicle. It was as if the air had thickened, pressing it on him from every side, and his pulse quickened with every passing second. Suddenly, a voice, low and hushed, whispered in the back of his mind, a warning, a command. Stop. Jacob's foot froze over the accelerator. His pulse surged. His instinct screamed at him to keep driving, to escape, but the voice of the shadow, was so powerful, so compelling. He didn't know why, but he felt compelled to obey. He pulled the car off the road and onto a narrow shoulder, the tires crunching against the gravel. He didn't understand why he was doing it, why he had stopped, but it felt like something he couldn't control, as though his body was acting against his will. The engine idled, the only sound in the darkness. His breath hitched as he sat there, staring into the night, unable to move. The world outside seemed to have disappeared. All that remained was the endless road ahead, the quiet hum of the car, and the presence that had taken over his mind. Get out, the voice whispered again, clearer this time, and there was no denying its power. Without thinking, Jacob opened the door and stepped out onto the cold asphalt. The air was crisp, and the darkness stretched far beyond his vision. His eyes darted around, searching, but he couldn't see anything, not even the familiar glow of streetlights. It was as though he had been transported into a different realm, a place where time had no meaning. But then he heard it, a distant sound, faint at first, like the rustling of leaves. But as the seconds passed, it grew louder, more distinct. It was a voice, no, voices, calling to him from the distance, soft at first, but growing more urgent with each passing moment. The whispers echoed in his ears, pulling him toward the trees lining the roadside. Come, the voice beckoned, come closer. It was the shadow man. Jacob knew it, without a doubt. His legs moved before his mind could protest, carrying him toward the trees, toward the unseen figure that lurked in the darkness. His heart pounded in his chest, and fear curled in his gut, but he couldn't stop himself. His body was no longer his own, as though it had been taken over by something far darker, far more powerful. The voices grew louder. They were calling his name now, whispering his fears, his insecurities. They knew him. They knew his every secret, his every regret. He felt their cold breath against his neck, their invisible hands brushing his skin as he stumbled through the undergrowth deeper into the woods. And then he saw it, the Shadow Man, standing in the middle of the trees, its form stretched impossibly tall, its figure flickering in and out of existence, like a nightmare materializing from the ether. The glowing pits of its eyes locked onto Jacob's, and the air around him grew colder, heavier, suffocating. Jacob froze, paralyzed by fear. He couldn't move, couldn't look away. The figure reached out, its hands long and skeletal, its fingers like tendrils of darkness. They brushed against his face, and a chill unlike anything Jacob had ever known coursed through his veins. He gasped, his breath turning to fog in the air. But the Shadow Man didn't speak. It didn't need to. Jacob could feel its intent, its hunger, its power. And then, in a swift motion, the figure closed in, its cold hands wrapping around his neck. The world tilted, spinning, as if the ground beneath him was giving way. His vision blurred, his mind going black. His hands grasped at the thing around his throat, but it was no use. The Shadow Man's grip was unrelenting, suffocating. In those final moments, Jacob understood. The Shadow Man had been with him all along, a part of him, waiting for the right moment to claim him. The world went dark. When Jacob's car was found the next morning, parked by the side of the road, its engine still running, there was no sign of him. The police searched the area, but there were no footprints, no evidence to suggest that anything had happened. The only thing they found was a car, abandoned just as it had been the night before. And as the investigation dragged on, whispers began to spread through the town. People spoke of the Sleepy Hollow Motel, of the strange happenings and the eerie figure that haunted its halls. Some said that the Shadow Man was still out there, waiting for the next person foolish enough to summon him. But no one ever spoke of Jacob again. His disappearance was added to the list of countless others who had vanished in the night, leaving only the shadows behind. And the motel, ever so quiet in the dark, seemed to hold on to its secrets, forever shrouded in mystery, for those brave or foolish, enough to stay the night. The Shadow Man of Sleepy Hollow Motel was always there, waiting in the shadows, ready to claim another soul.
Thank you for watching, and remember, some stories are better left untold. If you enjoyed this spine-chilling tale, don't forget to hit that like button, subscribe, and ring the bell so you never miss another terrifying story from Mr. Darsnights. Stay tuned for more dark and disturbing tales. And always keep an eye on the shadows. Until next time, sleep tight. If you can.